All right. Good evening, everybody. Um, it's a bit of a weird situation I find myself in for two simple reasons. Number one, it's obviously a much later start than I was planning on, which I can live with. Um, but number two, I got a coffee to try and wake myself up, and they decided to give me one with a hole in the bottom. So I am trying to clean up a puddle on my desk, and then I actually only have a cardboard container to put this thing in. So I'm trying to drink this very quickly, and I apologize if I seem distracted for a little while, just while I try and get the worst of this taken care of. Now, um, with all of that aside, oh God, sorry, I've also got a big stack of textbooks at my feet, which I shouldn't. BRB. All right. Sorry about that. So, um, I keep threatening to play a game that's not Cyberpunk, and then I keep not following through on that. So, I wanted to talk a little bit about why that is and carrying on. It's actually been a pretty rough week work wise, so I need a little while to ramp up. It is one of the reasons why I have a later start tonight. And one of the things I like about Cyberpunk is that it gives me a chance to sort of be a little less switched on. And that's not no disrespect to the game. Like the game is fine. I enjoy it quite a bit actually. More so, let's say, than so I didn't dislike it when it first came out, but I'm actually beginning to appreciate some of its charms, which probably wasn't true when I played it earlier. Man, this coffee is going to be a liability. All right. Um, but it's a little bit like Wolfenstein or Doom or something like that. Like it is an engaging game. It's one that I like very much, but it's a different kind of thinking as opposed to sort of sitting down and playing Terra Invicta. And more importantly, the format of a game like Cyberpunk is such that unless you're imposing some sort of external rule for yourself, sorry, unless you're imposing some sort of external rule on yourself, like I'm doing an Iron Man mode and my character can't die or something like that. The penalty for failure is quite low. In something like Terra Invicta, if you make a bad decision early on, that can reverberate throughout the playthrough. And this is actually potentially one of the criticisms that somebody might make of the type of strategy games that I enjoy. Uh, you can run into these situations where you if you're not switched on for those kinds of games, you don't necessarily know why you don't necessarily know why you failed. It might seem like you failed because of another thing. This is actually happening with Industries of Titan as well, where a lot of people seem to be focused a lot on the waste. And like waste is a byproduct of production in that game. It is intended to be something that slows down your progress and gets managed. But I've noticed that people do have a tendency to say, oh, the game's not balanced, or, this game is so slow. And of course, what's actually happening is they're getting overwhelmed by waste. But what's happened is because they were used to having a certain number of workers at the start, and then, maybe haven't quite realized for one reason or another that they actually need to maintain these balances of resources, and that workers are a resource, employees are a resource. Workers is kind of ambiguous because citizens work jobs, but employees are the ones who do things. Um, so with that in mind, like Cyberpunk, if you die, it's pretty clear why. There might be a character who isn't around because you didn't see them. There've been a couple of times I've been spotted, and I wasn't 100% sure on what what spotted me. But for the most part, it's sort of clear, and in the end, you break it down to these individual missions. So you can spend a lot of time sneaking around inside of a mission. It's not like failing a mission is a source of joy or anything like that. But you kind of know what's up, right? Like the cost is pretty small, I'd say. So with all of that in mind, this is the style of game which, when I'm feeling a bit, maybe a little bit, I don't know, I don't want to say low, but lower energy, maybe is the term I'm looking for. This is just something that's kind of nice for me to focus on for a bit. Okay. Unfortunately, my intermediate solution is not working out here. The cardboard's starting to get soggy, so I'm going to transfer this to a cup. I wonder... Yeah, that'll have to do. Okay. But anyway, so that's what it is. I do, as I've said before, I do really want to get back to Against the Storm. I think that's a fantastic game, and it's much more in line with the sort of thing that I play. Again, it's not a slight on Cyberpunk. I am actually quite enjoying this game as well, so I don't actually have a problem continuing on playing it. But there's just so much variety, and there's so much stuff to get through, particularly with things like Next Fest, which I largely ignored except for Book of Hours. Yeah, just, there's so much, there's so much good stuff out there, and so much that I want to share, that I would sort of like Fridays to have a little bit more variety in them again. And that is both amongst the games which I've sort of already agreed to cover, as well as, just trying out some new things. I should do the usual disclosure as well, so I'm sure a lot of you know I was given a key for this from GOG on release, which again is pretty cool. If you're a small streamer like me and you get an anticipated game like Cyberpunk on release day, I know quite a few people were surprised to hear that. But because it is from GOG, GOG is actually, I think, the only provider I've talked to who has requested specific things be said as part of the coverage. So in honor of that, they have requested that I point out that this game is available on their storefront, GOG.com. Obviously, they are owned by the CD Projekt group. CD Projekt Red is the developer. CD Projekt is the overall company. But I do also kind of feel like it's good to I don't know, like I have some limits, let's say, in terms of what I'm going to say. If I were to be given an instruction like that, and the requirement is that I pretend that this is something that I'm saying, maybe for a sufficient dollar value if it was something I was already going to say. But I don't like the idea of buying someone's statement, right? It's a little bit like, who is it, Matt Damon, I guess, saying fortune favors the brave just before crypto stuff collapses. You kind of want to be careful what you're attaching yourself to. But on the other hand, I did accept the key from them. And, I mean, they are a storefront attached to the publisher, so there's a reason why they want to... there's a reason why they want to direct people to that storefront. So in the end, my line on that is to, honor the request. It's a reasonable one, right? I'm very grateful that they gave me that key. But when it does come down to sort of the mandatory things to say, I do feel a certain responsibility to say, to delineate between things that are natural expressions of enthusiasm for the game, and ones which are effectively paid endorsements, even though in this case the pay is the access to a coveted game. And it's actually specifically because of Cyberpunk. I'm not going to say who it is, but there is a bigger creator who's actually very quiet about a business relationship that they have. And I think a lot of people walk away with the impression that they are this sort of fanatic for this particular partner. And I have not run into anyone who actually knows that there is it's not just a small dealing, it's actually a pretty sizable contract. And this is the sort of stuff that, like, there's a reason I say this stuff, right? The FTC requires it. Canada's equivalent of it, I'm sure, requires it, although I'm not specifically sure about the law in Canada. And I just think it's the right thing to do. And I think, obviously, I go overboard on these write-ups. But I think particularly for a game, I can actually say it is related to Cyberpunk. It's bigger than just Cyberpunk, but I can actually say that, if you're playing a game about sort of corporate excess pushed forward a few decades, and the type of world that you live in, when all of the excesses of the 80s, right? Reaganism, the type of Bain Capital activity that Mitt Romney got into trouble with when he was trying to turn Obama into a one-term president. Or like even I've been I've been watching old TV, so I've finally started watching 30 Rock, which I really enjoy. But like all the GE jokes in it, right? The Alec Baldwin character. Jack Welch kind of personified a lot of the developments that Cyberpunk and I mean, like, Cyberpunk as a genre, not just this particular title, although obviously the Cyberpunk the game is a good example of it. Like, again, all this stuff is really old, right? So there is something very amusing, in my opinion at least, of sort of blurring this line between a genuine endorsement and something that you're paid for. And again, just to be clear, right, like at the start I said, it was not, I would never do that. It would have to be a sufficient dollar value for something I was likely to have already said, right? So it's not that I don't have a price on this. I'm not trying to play the my hands are clean line. But suffice to say, I am a very small fish. I'm not going to be getting that kind of a deal that I'm talking about. And I just think there is something slightly hilarious about someone being in that situation, very deliberately blurring that digital persona and the and the business interest. And for one reason or another, just people do not seem to be putting two and two together. And it is obviously something I feel strongly enough about that I want to distinguish myself from it as far as I can, because again, I am a quote-unquote influencer. But the other thing too is just my hope is that I am doing right by people in terms of saying, hey, I've been given a key for this, here's what that means, but I also don't want to make it sound like they're under protest, system chalk with Cyberpunk or Old World or whatever. But it's maybe just an effort to try and get people to be a bit more thoughtful about it. How you doing, Vanguard Master? And Rouge Light Girl, I don't think I said hello to you. I hope you are doing well. Let's jump into the game. So, I did kind of cover... Oh, hang on. I was playing a little of this on my own, so... There we go. Apparently I was playing a little more than I thought.
Howdy, howdy, Night City.
Working away in your basement.
My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokoski, spokeswoman for the NCPD. Hi there. Welcome to the show.
I'm glad. Oop.
V, Militech's after one of my guys. He's badly wounded and holed up in an apartment in Kabuki. I'd get him out myself, but the Corp cordoned off the whole area. Help him out, all right? Brief attached.
Gig-type SOS Merc needed. Objective, rescue Tiny Mike from the Militech raid. Location, residence building at the corner of Cortez and Kennedy. Or Cortez and Kennedy. Tiny Mike's got himself in a scrape. You help him today, he helps you tomorrow. You know how it works. I sent Tiny to collect some files from a Militech facility yesterday, and clearly it didn't go as planned, mostly. Tiny swept the data, but Militech tracked the hack and has him cornered. You don't like sad endings, do you? Let's try and avoid one here. Tiny's hunkered down in our safe house apartment, 63 at a residential block in North Kabuki. Militech's got him pinned inside and surrounded. Armored vehicles, heavy iron corpsec troops, the whole thing. Probably the fucking Spanish Armada, too. Break through their lines and save my man. Don't worry, this isn't a charity case. I'm sending you something that'll help you recognize him. There is a game idea that I've been running around with, or not running around with, but I've wanting to try and do.
Okay. Hey, you hear Tony's crypt up?
Fuck out of here.
Bro, listen to this. Bill the Clown's boys were fixing to put the scare in, cause, yo, fuck you want.
Let's try that again. Nicely. Before this turns unpleasant.
Bro, you hearing this motherfucker?
What you want? Spill.
No way in past the Militech beef necks.
Might know, might not.
100 eddies, big boy.
Please, I ain't giving you jack.
Then we done here, ain't we?
They vanished. What the hell was I going to say? Yeah, so I was actually thinking a little bit about your project, Vanguard Master. The problem is that like it's not enough to have an idea. It's actually I need to actually figure out a way to one, learn everything I need to put it together, and then of course find the time to do so. So I'm glad that you've got a little bit more fortitude for seeing your stuff through. But one thing that was funny about this is that because it was related to the idea, there is, to give you an idea of just the absolute blockbuster ideas that I'm working with. I found out since I took a course in ancient Greek philosophy, there has been a new... Okay, so some of you may have heard of pre-Socratic philosophers, and this does actually, in a weird way, tie to Cyberpunk, but I suspect it probably will not. It probably won't come up in this play session. But I'll get this out of the way, and then we'll jump into the mission, because it's actually looking like this might be a difficult one. For instance, we got Wyvern drone hanging around here, so we'll probably be able to break in through this door. Ah, crap! Sorry, my mouse pad's damp. But yeah, so some of you may have heard of the pre-Socratic philosophers. On the odd chance, not the odd chance, on the chance that some of you are not familiar with this, I'm going to very briefly explain it. Most of you probably heard of Socrates and or Plato. Plato was Socrates' was his student. Socrates did not leave any written works. There are essentially three sources we have for sort of his existence as a person and his behavior. And one of them is a comedy play called The Clouds, which sort of satirizes him. Whoa! And then two of his students, Xenophon, who was a general, and Plato, who of course is probably his most famous student, wrote The Republic and many other philosophical works. And in fact, Socrates appears as a character in, I believe, all but one or two of the dialogue. So I know Laws does not have Socrates. I believe it's the Athenian stranger. And then I know for some of them, Socrates is sort of reduced to this very minor role. but for the most part, he appears as a character in a major one. Although, again, these are works of Plato. So, historically, there has been a division between pre-Socratic philosophers and then philosophers after Socrates, and it's largely considered to be a misleading one. So some people will say sort of Socrates was one who started asking sort of moral questions, whereas the people who came before him were maybe something a little bit closer to natural philosophers or scientists. But that's not really true. You have a number of people who were asking sort of questions which were about the best way to live prior to Socrates. It's also true that some of the figures who are lumped in pre-Socratic philosophy are actually contemporaries of Socrates, so you can't even use pre as prior to. Oh, that's really neat, Rouge Light Girl. I would have liked to have had a course on some of this stuff before I... Actually, it occurred to me, time does go by in the game, so I'll try and wrap this up as quickly as I can. And then we'll, at that point we can still talk, but we can talk about things while I'm doing the mission. So, the label doesn't exactly fit. However, I do know that there's also this movement to like abandon the use of the term, and I don't think that's necessarily helpful. I do think it is worth, like, the fact that people say it's implying that what came before was somehow lesser is probably probably has more to say about them rather than the the claim that's being made by that label. I don't actually think the label's really making any kind of a claim. I think it's just, as much as you can, it's an effort to try and establish some sort of a timeline and a useful division of thoughts. Nietzsche, for instance, kind of coined the term pre-Platonic philosophy. So he felt that Socrates was actually following in the model of the pre-Socratics. Just to give you an idea of how weird that term is, right? Like it makes about as much sense to call a contemporary of Socrates a pre-Socratic as it does Socrates as a pre-Socratic. But effectively, as far as Nietzsche is concerned, Plato was the one to screw everything up, and that Socrates was part of this better group earlier who had a better grip on things. But the origin of pre-Socratic philosophy as a term, I believe, goes back to, I'm going to say Diels and Krantz because I don't know which one it was, but like Diels made this collection, then Krantz edited it. But basically, for the pre-Socratic philosophers, I think we might have one or two complete works. So for instance, I believe Gorgias, if he counts as a pre-Socratic, which I think he does, I believe like the Encomium of Helen is complete. But for the most part, for these thinkers, we really only know of them either through accounts of their lives or through fragments of texts. And we actually talked about this in another stream where there was one who it was sort of thought had produced two works, but a later discovery, this was during an Old World stream, a later discovery actually showed that what people thought were two separate works was in fact one unified work, and this created this this big shift, which essentially it created a new understanding of this thinker, and obviously people who had believed the two separate works needed to sort of revise their understanding. And again, whether it's Diels and Krantz or just Diels, that's basically the origins for it. But if you ever do read these fragments, very commonly what you'll get is a Diels-Krantz number. And essentially it corresponds to sort of the chapter in which that thinker appeared. And then there'll be a number of sort of the different fragments. Usually it's like the line that it appears on. And it's just a helpful way of sort of classifying fragments, because usually you're not going to be discussing the original Greek. or whatever the language the fragment comes in. Normally what you're going to be doing is you're going to be referring to some sort of a translation of it. And so if it happens that a translation that you're working with maybe conflicts with another one, right? You have two people reading in two different languages, different from what the source material says. You can both point to the same thing, and you can maybe work out the particular linguistic tricks around it. Because like some of this stuff matters if you're trying to get a good idea. A good example of this would be, it's fair to say that the concept of a philosopher didn't really exist, at least as far as the ancient Greeks were concerned, until I believe Plato, possibly Socrates, but again, we don't have anything that Socrates wrote down. So let's say Plato. But it is fair to say that you do see the word philosophy or some variation of it, like a lover of knowledge, in Heraclitus. The difference is that Heraclitus is talking about something very different than what you and I would be thinking of when we hear philosophy. And of course, we now consider Heraclitus to be a pre-Socratic philosopher. And so, again, this is where classics can be very interesting. You are dealing with a very different way of looking at the world, and you can't necessarily take certain terms for granted. But it can also be challenging. So this is where it's helpful. And there's other like numbering. So, I mean, the one that people are probably most familiar with would be like a numbering system like the Bible, right? You say the book name, the chapter, and the verse. And so if you really like the King James, you can read the King James. And then if you don't understand the King James and you want to look it up yourself, then you can, grab the ESV or NSRV or NRSV or, whatever modernized version you want. And then for Plato, there's like the Stephanus numbers, which usually it's like a number and a B, C, or D in it. So it's just another system for going through it. But where I was going with this is that the Diels and Krantz is in German. So you have the original language, and there are translations. But if you don't know German, you're out of luck in terms of the translations. So I found out that in 2016, so this would just be a couple of years after I took this. Course, there was a new collection that was released, and it's it's updated. It's 2016, right? Diels and Krantz is a very old collection, but it's published by the Loeb Classical Library, and the translations are all in English. So in addition to it being sort of updated, it's in a language. Again, there's the original text, which I can't read, but the updated version is in English. So I was interested. I actually emailed my prof because there's a couple things I wanted to talk to him about anyway. And I have a lot of this was actually inspired by Old World. It was the Neoplatonism material. I started reading my book of Neoplatonists, but I remember one of the big scholars of this is actually in Canada. His name's Lloyd Gerson. He's at University of Toronto. And I know his view on Plotinus is that he's this great synthesis of sort of everything that had come before. So I decided that I'd put down Plotinus, because like Plotinus is not an easy read. Even in translation, which is the only way I'm going to be reading it. He's a complicated fellow. So I decided it was actually not a bad idea for me to go back to some of my old texts. I've actually got my pre-Socratics reader in my hand here. It's ordered differently. Like the Diels-Krantz numbers are in a totally different order here, and it's not the full collection of them. But with that in mind, like I sort of thought, okay, this will actually be kind of a fun little project, right? Like go back, not to pass an exam or not to do an essay or something like that, but instead to sort of there's some weird stuff happening with the power. we'll get to the game. I'm gonna be back real quick. I just want to see what's going on here. I don't want to drop the cast partway through. Just a second. It was snowing pretty intensely. I don't think there should be a problem, but just wanted to set a couple things aside. But yeah, anyways. So long story, I can't even say long story short. Long story, less long than it would have been. So it's published through the Loeb Classic Library. I've got a few volumes already. The red ones are in Latin. The green ones are in Greek. And the thing is, they're very small books. So they are 20, and they're published by Harvard University Press, which drug me through this like 3-month nightmare with UPS over shipping charges. I was charged like, I think almost $300 to order a book. And UPS actually tried to send me to a collection agency over it, and I'm like, I'm not paying this, and you have no business charging me that. But I mean, again, you're a guy versus a big company, right? It's another Cyberpunk theme. So, you know, the responsibility was for me to demonstrate that they were in the wrong. But anyways, eventually it all got sorted out. I'm sure it cost HUP a bunch of money. But yeah, I'm a little reluctant to order from them after that adventure. And the other more practical condition is that they are, so there's 8 volumes and they're $29 US a volume. So like $29 US on its own is not going to break the bank. And like, again, everybody's kind of got their like freak out amount for something. For some people, $29 is like, oh, hey, like I could get groceries this week. You know, why are you spending that on a book for a bunch of old dead guys? But you know, for me, it's one of these things where like, if I were to see it on a bookshelf, particularly if it's like a used bookstore and I know it's not necessarily going to be there, I'd probably like pick it up. But the thing is, then you do like 8 of them and then you work out the math and it's like, I don't know if I want to spend $230 on pre-Socratic philosophers. So usually what I do there is I just set an alert to see if there's any used copies coming up. If it's published in 2016, chances are it's not going to be, I'm probably not going to see anything for that anytime soon, but I'll snap them up when I can. And you can all figure out how that relates to a game idea. Like I said, it's an absolute barn burner. Okay.
No, we're not waiting till next year. I'm waiting for a decision.
Interesting. Okay, well, let's do the breach protocol. Oh yeah, Vanguard Master. Based on where you are, you must be very happy to know of the result of the Ottawa convoy hearings. You know, I'm sure everybody in your region is delighted to hear Rouleau's conclusion and respects the choice of the
Yes, I fully understand.
the inquiry.
I'll take care of it personally. Affirmative.
I probably should have grabbed him already, but oh, somebody saw me. Yee. This is the tricky one, right? It's like, how committed are you to the rule of law if you want an inquiry or a judge to give you like to effectively Let's read the messages. That's exactly what... Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, I'm not necessarily opposed to that solution, but I also have the benefit of having actually been there. So, I realize that is probably gonna... I suspect the Rouleau decision is going to be... Like, in the end, I'm not in a position to second guess the inquiry, right? Because in the end, a lot of this is about the conditions for the legislation. And it is possible to disagree with the legislation while still being able to say, under the conditions of that legislation, it was met. But I suspect that's not going to matter. I suspect probably what's going to happen is the sentiment over the decision is going to resemble the, like, voting intentions. So, anyways, Josh Miyazaki to Cab Tools. You piece of shit. I ordered a toolkit from you and I was supposed to get it yesterday to give as a gift. But now, know what? I don't have it. Now it's on you to deliver it personally to Alan Case. If I don't see you with that fucking gear in your hand, you are F-U-C-K-E-D. Good morning, Josh. I checked the status of your order and it appears to be incomplete. Unfortunately, I cannot ship you your kit until we process your payment. Once I've received confirmation that the order has been completed, I will send the package right away. I apologize for any inconvenience. Mike Kowalski, Cab Tools. Fucking scammer. Do you know who you're dealing with? I said I paid. Now get the fuck over to Alan or regret it. Tiger Claws for life. Congrats, you fucked yourself. Important, please read. Karen Strong, you, and 784 others. Pursuant to Section 410 of Militech Directive Number 94/1302, authorized on the date 04/16/2043 on anti-terrorist activity, we inform you that the building complex at Cortez and Kennedy will be cordoned and placed under Militech control until further notice. Residents currently on complex premises at the time of the cordon will not be permitted to leave, nor will residents off premises be permitted to return until the cordon has been lifted. Failure to comply with the directive or orders on any on-site Militech representatives will result in severe penalties, including but not limited to summary execution. Neither active nor passive non-compliance will be tolerated. Militech, we look out for you. Kieran Strong, Security Specialist, Department of Security and Logistics Administration. Now, the reason I read this stuff ahead of time is that I did want to... I did want to take advantage of the security cameras, but I also know that it sometimes screws up the monitors.
Alice, feel alive in the net of space.
Okay. I'll leave the footage with the rest of the gear. Of course.
No, I haven't heard anything. We lost contact with him a few days ago. We don't plant it.
Okay, so 1C 255s, and then if I can, 7As. Yep. Seem to have quite a bit of cash. There is something kind of amusing about the fact that essentially, just because of the conventions of computer RPGs, I'm not really some kind of like solo or netrunner or something like that. I am basically a burglar. This is just purely because of the easiest way to make some money.
No, we're not waiting till next year.
Hi.
Waiting for a decision. Listen, I need to be sure that everything will be taken care of.
Okay, 1C BD, 1C, and then E959, E9, so BD, E9. Easy money. Okay. That might be my goal there. Oh no, it says that he's down below.
Militant! On the ground, now!
Don't hurt me.
Oh, come on.
Kill the others.
Spare me.
I think I'm done. That's weird, because it gave me an option to, it gave me an option to, sorry, what am I trying to say? Actually, I'm going to try that one more time, because I think it should, yeah. Sorry, I just thought I had the option to, like, jump up behind him and take him down, and I'm not quite sure what went wrong there.
Situation report. Monitoring the situation. Yes. Yes, sir.
Copy that. Standing by. Militant! On the ground!
All right, so I think I see where it went wrong. I'm not going to reset every time something doesn't go my way, but that one felt a little weird. I'm also under the impression that you can actually save being caught, provided you deal with the provided you deal with the person who spots you early. Now, I get the feeling I should be able to take advantage of this higher position to get to where I need to go, but it looks like the building I need to be in is actually kind of closer to where I am already. So, I'm gonna head back. Oh, come on. I'm actually going to head up before I go down, just because there might be some other goodies. Sort of. New hats. Kind of hard to tell whether I look more or less ridiculous with this, but
See anything else?
it is tempting to have a fast access to sort of a non-lethal means of taking someone out, but So the guide seems to have shifted now.
Nah, she won't be causing any more problems. She's riding where the sun don't shine. Yeah, apparently she's the solitary. Fuck that, man.
I think that was something.
Unfortunately, that guy could be a problem.
What?
Okay, now I gotta find a place to dump him before somebody pays attention. I didn't think this through.
You took care of it proper. Dumbass thought he'd get in with the nomad. So smart, yet so boneheaded. Yeah.
I suppose so. International Termination Warrant, case number 22434-092, issuing party Militech HQ. Reason, known ties to terrorist activity. To all Militech branches operating in Night City, locate and terminate the target and recover a device with stolen Militech data. The target will likely have Netrunner support. Biometric data from scans of the target have been corrupted, rendering full identification impossible. The last visual contact of the target was at the intersection of Cortez and Kennedy in Night City. We suspect this target to be hiding in a nearby residential unit. The target should be considered armed and dangerous. Target data, last name unknown, first name unknown, race Asian, sex male, age 25 to 35, height 5'10", 178 centimeters, nationality unknown. What do I get for turning him in? Oh, you know what I want to know now? If this can be like Wildlands, and I can get a proper ghillie suit. I feel like these military sims are not really... Like, you really don't get the full experience unless you can run around like a swamp monster. Especially if it's in an urban environment. I'm assuming this thing... There's like almost no way... Yeah. So as fun as it would be to fire this thing, I think this is the opposite of stealth. You know, I know that termination order sounded really vicious, but they don't really seem to be looking that hard for this guy. see something here? Kendachi, new spring catalog. Kenshiri Adachi Armaments. Our mission at Kendachi, we are creators. We care about our customers' satisfaction and their budget. By choosing our products, we can be confident no euro-dollar invested goes to waste. Kendachi, the choice is obvious. Our products, Kendachi M55 Power Sword. For our blade buffs, our iconic Power Sword is back and better than ever. Dice your foes to tiny pieces without breaking a sweat using our latest micro-serrated crystal blade technology. With highest quality materials crafted into a lethal yet elegant design, the Power Sword will look as good on your mantle as it does in your hand. Kendachi Mono 2 Classic. You can't improve upon perfection. This time-honored blade has been in continuous production since 2019. Lit by a custom color, handle-embedded laser, the Mono 2 has never gone out of style. Block every blow and slice through any defense. We wouldn't keep making them if people weren't buying them. Order yours today. Kendachi Mono Wire. A weapon as discreet as it is deadly. Made for those excuse me. For those who desire power but have no urge to flaunt it, this molecule-thin blade is manufactured by our teams of expert engineers in our state-of-the-art orbital facility. The monowire can bear loads of up to 3,000 pounds and slices through armor weaves like butter-flavored scop spread. Rumor is many officials at the Zurich convention wanted this weapon banned and off the market. Now, if that's not high praise, we don't know what is. Sup, bro? Big peek to Tiny Mike. How's my favorite brother? Healthy? Say hi to all Martin's crazy people for me. I was wondering if you're still with that Christine. Dude, that's real fox you've trapped there. As for me, got a whole lot on my plate right now. Broke up with Christine last year. You? Let me guess. Need scratch? Wow, like you read my mind. Still owe me for last time. Not any more till I get that back. Got a major problem, bro. Stepped on Dakota's toes and now I'm stuck in the Badlands. Help a brother out, will you? Let me think about it. Quick contract. Regina Jones to Tiny Mike. Gig type thievery. I really like how they build this the way that I actually really like the way that they build this as like in the text that you get from Regina yourself. And we've got Waldo Pepper, 12th of his name. Oh man, Warren! That has been ages. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yes, the worst one for me is I don't use Facebook anymore. I've been thinking about you for a while, especially because we didn't get a chance to meet up during sorry for the sounds in the background, during my visit to Vancouver. Sorry, folks. For those of you who don't know, Waldo Pepper is, I mean, I can kind of call him sort of a neighbor, but someone who I knew through some friends, very close friends in Vancouver. And he had the questionable sense to live close enough to me that we would sort of run into each other, like as I was walking home. And inevitably, I'm sure all of you will know from my broadcasts, I have a tendency to talk too much, so I'd naturally keep him up past bedtimes. But man, I am really, really happy that you stopped by. I need to find a way to get in better touch with you. This is probably not the best way to figure it out, but I miss our chats too. If you want, I mean, how have you been? let me know how you're doing. I'm gonna keep reading through the stuff inside the game here, but I'm stoked that you're here. Okay. Thievery. Obtain Isis Sothis data, Militech lab in the Badlands. Tiny another job from our favorite client. This time Max dreams of getting his hands on Militech data. We help him with this. It's a big payday for us. The plan is you break into a Militech facility. My guy at the front entrance can get you in, but then you're on your own. Then connect to Isis Sothis camp, rip the folder named Tenebris, and Delta your ass out of there. Call me when it's done. And Iron's hot and ready from Chris Chanming to Tiny Mike. What's up, crazy motherfucker? Your best friend's ready for pickup. Quick breakdown. I made some chamber and trigger mech mods. No more jams guaranteed. Also shaped the trigger guard to the specs that you provided and bore out the barrel to increase firepower. Also swapped a few parts, and ta-da, your new toy is now 2 pounds lighter. Heads up for the future, the Kolak really doesn't like water, so if you need something for when you go swimming, I recommend the Arasaka HJSH-18 Mamasune. Worth your weight in eddies, but it'll saw a goddamn whale in half.
Journey to the final frontier. Send the word space to 7299 for a chance to win a 1-week
So yes, I'm gonna rob this guy blind before I save him. He's probably hiding in the bathroom.
10 casinos, 5 pools
This is my fee. Well, on top of the fee I'm getting paid.
in the universe. If you are looking for a taste of paradise, don't wait a microsecond longer. Send space to 7299 right now.
Fuck me.
Hover. In the back.
How much?
Got it.
Holy fuck!
All okay?
Oh, fuck! That's what I'm talking about. Thanks.
You Tiny Mike?
One and only. Now, we done exchange pleasantries?
Don't look too good. Can you even walk?
Shit. After that, Huff, could run a 100-yard dash on bloody stumps. Hurdles included. Listen, I know a way out, but you're dealing with those corporal fucks.
You're preaching to the choir. That's why I'm here.
So we doing this? You ready?
Give me a sec.
You don't have forever.
I thought I saw. Oh, here we go. Okay.
No time to waste. Let's go.
So I'm assuming I'm following
Hold
him
up.
because the door's closed?
Okay, we just got word from Reggie. Got a ride out of here, parked outside, waiting for us.
I'm hoping we go downstairs just because there's another terminal to hack, but I should have sorted that out before.
No, don't have plans yet.
Okay. Okay, 355s and a 7A, and then we can go 1C 7A, so 55, 55, that's a trap. 55, 55, 55. 7A, 1C, 7A. That doesn't give me the final 55. Okay, let's try that again. 55, 55, 55. 1C. 7A. 55. Okay, I think I might have screwed that up, but... I obviously messed something up. Okay, that still gets me out though. I feel like I spend too long thinking on those for a man of my intelligence, but...
Big fuckers up in here somewhere. Listen, got some doors on the left leading to the Chinese joint. I'm 80% sure I can get them open. And if I do, it's just a few steps till we're in fresh, open air.
What does 80% even mean? You sure or not? That's all I want to know.
80, because I'm not 100. Hey, 80's a big number for me.
Let's keep moving. I'll decide on the way.
Okay.
So I think we've already cleared out where we need to go. Yeah.
Quick, in here.
Yes, I am the one who needs to be told quick.
Well, I don't know.
Anybody who was guarding it's in that dumpster right now, so.
Oh, Zhang still has me in her system.
Absolutely. Thanks for stopping by. Again, if you want to chat, the whole point of this is to have the live chat as part of the broadcast. Although I noticed for Cyberpunk, I tend to get a little.
Went fine. We just replaced our informers, and no, it wasn't a gunfight. Maybe next time.
Yeah, when I play Cyberpunk, I do tend to get a little absorbed in the game, and I don't speak as often as I should. I think we're clear, though. There might be a guy on the other side of this Militech van that I need to take care of, but... Nope, okay. We may have a firefight at the end, though.
Here.
Okay, let's Delta. You gonna manage on your own?
Of course, we're home free now.
I don't think this lighting's in the way it's supposed to be.
Never seen Militech so hot and bothered. Must have stolen something important.
Let's just say they don't like to be reminded of their own fuck-ups.
Didn't answer my question.
Look, the less people know what I clept, the more eddies it'll be worth. You're a merc. You know the biz.
You mentioned Zhang back there. Someone I should know about?
Zhang? I helped her set up this joint before I dropped off the radar. Spring rolls weren't really my life's calling, you know?
Why'd you keep your biosig in her system?
Probably saving it for a rainy day, when her man's away.
Well, that's my cue. Guess I better get going.
Hey, one more thing. Don't even know who I should thank for saving my ass. What do they call you?
V.
V? Just V? Why not? Catch you around, V.
Take care, Tiny Mike.
Just got word from Tiny M. Thanks for your help. I do like working with pros. Contract closed.
Okay, good money. I need to figure out how to spend some of this. So I think what I was doing originally was finding the most expensive vehicle, but at this point, for 90k, we can afford the Turbo R. So let's pick that up, and then we'll figure out some other missions to go on. It is a bit of a shame to replace the Delamain just because it seemed to be...
Faster, faster.
Yeah, see? It used to say it was scared of speed. Ah yes, everyone's science fiction fantasy getting stuck in traffic. So one thing, I might do this on my own time, but I am a little curious about, how far this goes. Because for those of you who haven't been with the broadcast since we first started playing this, this is the remaining AI. So we basically freed an AI to become a much more powerful entity. And it sort of left a portion of itself in this vehicle. And basically we just got a new car in the game. But originally it was sort of saying things like, could we slow down please, when I started speeding up like this. And gradually it started saying things like, hey, I like going fast. And as you just heard, like when I started, oops. It started, first thing it says when I get in is, yeah, faster, faster. There's a chance for me to be a vigilante. So there's a side of me that's wondering if that's based on my behavior or if that's something that the vehicle sort of develops on its own. Okay, this doesn't look particularly hard to deal with stealth-wise. They're sort of bouncing around a bit. I'm obviously not going to get better at the gunplay if I don't start engaging in more of them, but it is usually more profitable to do this quietly. I also kind of have the get out of jail free card of my stealthy skin. Archive discovered. Activity Laurie Anderson last 24 hours. Downloading 100%, unpacking 100%, connect to net, Ho-Ho Casino, activating program Hydra, type IcePick VXG, whatever that means. Access to Ho-Ho Casino subnet, administrator rights granted, transfer of funds from Ho-Ho account to Laurie Anderson account, login, home subnet, Laurie Anderson, corrupted file, attack detected, home subnet compromised 3 times and then scrambled. So, obviously, somebody who stole from the Tiger Claws and they weren't happy about it. Figure I can shard a couple bits of this. I don't know, my character used to be Arasaka. It feels slightly more appropriate to wear that. I actually look like Castro in this thing. Should probably just shard all of this, but... So I'll keep the precision and sniper rifle. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to need. Whoa! Nope, not the iconic items. I don't necessarily know what I'm going to need. Like, the conditions under which I'm going to use the precision or sniper rifle are pretty narrow. Essentially, I need to be in a position where I know one, I know I'm engaging in combat. 2, I've got sort of the distance and the stealth required to make use of that. And the problem is that I can't really think of a lot of situations where I've said, okay, I have full advanced warning that I'm going to do, this thing. And I'm now choosing to do it sort of through violent means. Like, for the most part, if I have advanced knowledge of what I'm up against, I usually wind up kind of going a stealthy path. But whatever, we'll figure it out. I am going to hang on to it just in case I need it. One small regret I have, so I'm based off of K-Money's recommendation, I've kind of made my peace. Whoa! I don't know what caused that. Maybe the Delamain has decided that it wants its own adventures. But yeah, I feel a little bit more at ease just generally sort of stopping, smelling the roses, and like doing the side missions, and it does seem to have some implications for the street cred. So there may be some other benefits that I haven't realized yet. But I do notice, or not notice, but one thing that I do hear is that there are some interesting things in the main quest line. And obviously I'm leaving that aside in favor of doing a bit more. Now overall, I'm kind of happy with this choice because there's clearly a few Cyber Psycho events where I'm just outmatched. And as a consequence, I kind of want to make sure that I'm in a better position. But still, right, you kind of, as soon as you hear there's cool stuff in a game, you want to experience it. Okay, 58, 57, so we're going to be doing some side jobs for a while. Cold Mirage, see where the coordinates lead. This is probably really remote, though. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Looks like we've actually got some jobs for Regina we can do first. Transfer received. Note that I do not take refunds. Alright. I do not want anything to do with that. I'm gonna scratch the paint. I'm screwed. Oh, wow. I like this car already. About a kilometer, or a little bit less now, but I think I'll probably finish Regina jobs first, and then I'm likely going to take care of stuff for Wakako. And again, it's basically either I want to run into a natural breakpoint where I do more story stuff, or, well, not that side quests aren't story. Get out of the way! But yeah, so I either want to find a natural breakpoint to pursue the main quest line, or essentially just run out of side quests to do, because it does sound like driving is not my strong suit here. It does seem like there are some points where either it's going to be too difficult for me to handle, or it's going to be basically it's just going to cut me off until there's more story to do. And one of the reasons why I had a change of heart about that, other than sort of the recommendation from a viewer, is we've got Johnny in our head slowly taking over our mind. So I am worried that if I make too much progress in the main quest, I might lose the...
As you know, Kabuki's got a new fixer from the USSR. Been running some major biz in NC for a few weeks now. Not sure what exactly, but we're gonna find out. You'll need to clip his data shard. It's got everything. More on our comrade and the gig and the attachment.
But yeah, like basically when you're dealing with a character who is marked for death, it's likely that advancing the main quest line is going to bring you to points of no return. So if I can clear out the side stuff that might be lost by it, it's probably better. Okay, Thievery, Steal, Mikhail Akulov's data shard. One thing I didn't check out, which I said I was going to, is this business about the USSR still existing in 2077. I don't know, are there any Cyberpunk fans who who know what the story behind that is? Some loose-lip bar-hopping Arasaka suits have let out word that some big deal going down with the commies. Sorry, about some big deal going down with the commies. Seems it wasn't just talk for a pissing contest with rival corpos either. The Mikhail Akulov arrived in Night City a while ago. The one from the car with the tracker. Top-class Soviet fix. Oh, that's guy. Okay, yes, I remember him. A top-class Soviet fixer. My client wants Akulov's data shard, supposedly containing extremely valuable intel on the talks with the Japanese. Go to the hotel where Akulov's staying and swipe the data out from under his nose. As if it needed to be said, he'll have some heavy protection. And remember, I'll pay extra if he can get in and out without a trace. Call me when it's done. So these are the ones I'm willing to sort of reload if I mess up on the stealth part. 3 E9s, so...
Royalty and... depend on it.
Я вот думаю, что сила в правде, а не в деньгах. У кого в руках правда, тот и сильней. Вот ты обманул. Денег нажил. И чё, ты сильнее? Не стал.
This is surprisingly easy.
How can I help you today?
Space rental terms. Vasily Vasilievich Baranov to Hotel Ratio Management. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics seeks a cooperation agreement with Hotel Ratio. We wish to rent a space where Comrade Mikhail Sergeyevich Akulov and his security detail can reside for 1 month. Our terms include an entire floor dedicated to Comrade Akulov, restricted access given only to Comrade Akulov's security detail. All surveillance cameras on Comrade Akulov's floor must be deactivated. Our agents must be granted full access to hotel security systems. With respect, Vasily Vasilievich Brykhanov. Dear Comrade Brykhanov, it is an honor to have you. It is an honor you have chosen Hotel Ratio. We will be pleased to welcome the distinguished representative from the USSR. We truly appreciate your trust and hope that you will consider us for all your future stays in Night City. We can certainly accommodate the terms of Comrade Akulov's stay with us. Step Stell, Roy Wilson, Hotel Ratio to Show Davis. Dude, got another package to lose. Some neo-kitsch tits and whatnot. Pretty solid haul. You gonna send somebody? Not hitting the market myself with it. We should keep cool on it. Policewoman's patrolling the market now. If she spots anything from the hotel, she might have a prob. But all the same to me, you want to send someone? It's all you. Ain't any of you afraid to be using the work email? As a tomb of mine says, afraid to thieve, you shan't receive. So, IDGAF. It's hot, I want out, and I need the eddies. Okay, 1C7A BD, and then we could follow up with a 1C55. Okay. I didn't get myself the E9 though. I should have thought that through. Oh, now I really screwed it up. That's fine though. 2 out of 3 isn't terrible. Uh, 255s in the BD. Okay, we can do that there. Then a 1C55 we can get, and then a 7A, 7A. Cool. They had mercy on me for the last one. Now I did hear the guy say hello, so I just want to...
Seems pretty quiet in here.
Well, sir, Kabuki isn't what it used to be.
A lot of crime around here?
No, just going through a tough time. Eddie-wise.
Want a room on the top floor. Good view of the city.
At this moment in time, I can only give you a room on the second to last floor. Still an incredible view of the Night City skyline.
How much for a night?
Here, have a look.
Need some time to think it over.
Yeah, no problem, Vanguard Master.
Of course. When you make up your mind, we look forward to your return.
I hope you have a good night. I'm assuming you're heading off to do some more work, and so I wish you the best of luck on your project. And I know we talked about what you were looking at, I hope. Obviously, thank you for what you said on the stuff I talked to you about, but I do hope you're having a little bit of luck along those lines. Okay. That's going to be another elevator. So I think yeah, those are the guys that I tagged downstairs. Okay, so I do have the option of climbing up and sneaking in through the side. Man, I really love the ray tracing effect through this, right? So I believe if I turn off ray tracing, that's just gonna go away. Well, no, they probably have some kind of skybox, but I'm curious. You're going to be sitting down the first week of March and going over everything, what you have, what info we've gathered, what we want to get out of it, so still have some time to get sorted and then see where it takes us. That's great to hear. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's, you know, it's the problem with any kind of advice or information that you give, right? You want to give people the best, you know, the best that you know, but obviously, like, you've put a lot into this, and so I also kind of understand that what I know, or specifically what I don't know, is probably going to be the biggest hurdle for you. But even just like the personalities things, right? Like just being able to differentiate between stuff that I sort of feel is petty, and then the stuff which is actually like, you may wind up in a tough spot if these people treat you the way that I know they've treated other people. That's always a really hard area to navigate, because obviously you want to cast as wide of a net as you can. But it's cool that you have like kind of enough runway to really work out your strategy for that, because I suspect that will give you an edge over the other people who are just sort of blanket emailing and praying. So best of luck. And if nothing else, I suspect probably the process is going to help you out in terms of positioning it either to potential customers, or sort of helping you figure out what your next steps are going to be if if it doesn't turn out the way that you want. Anyway, sorry, I did say, so I just turned off ray tracing here because I want to see what the reflection of Night City looks like. Yeah, man, that is night and day. All of these cores I could be using to do science, and I'm putting it to rendering a city in the back in a window. Actually, Waldo Pepper, if you don't mind me asking, have you played Cyberpunk? Because I know you're a console gamer. I actually now have an Xbox finally. Obviously, I'm playing this on PC. Well, maybe not so obviously. I'm playing this on PC, but I'm curious because I got this on release, but this is kind of the most I've really been engaging with it. And I'm enjoying it, but I've never played The Witcher, so this is sort of a new experience for me. So I'm assuming this is the front door. Ah, interesting. So I could theoretically get through there. And I don't think smashing this window is a good idea. So I can either come in through the roof. I can... yeah, maybe not the smartest thing for me to jump over the edge there. I mean, I probably could make it. I feel like I have other options. Oh, maybe not. So I think before I play around with skills, I'm going to try climbing up through the garden. Okay, what am I missing? There we go. So the drawback here is I don't know what's waiting for me on the other side of this, so I could find it. Yup. Okay, we should be able to hack that before. Okay, 1C55. You played the RPG version, I think Dungeons and Dragons, but the Cyberpunk 2077 super fun. I've never played Witcher, and I'm just starting to read the book. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, what? I didn't realize I screwed this up. 1C55, 1C. There we go. Yeah, I guess there's a Netflix show too. But yeah, I was familiar with this as an RPG. Oh, that's gonna be tough.
Миш, что ты несешь? Мы еще даже не закончили с переговорами.
Как скажешь, милая. Я просто пошутил.
Пошутил и будет.
Okay, so she's either got to finish her call and look elsewhere, or I need to make a sound elsewhere. I need to get the Witcher book sometimes. You've seen a lot of the games. I mean, everything I've heard is that The Witcher 3 is genuinely one of the best games made. Like, I've got a couple people who will say, you know, if you don't like that sort of thing, The Witcher is not going to make you a fan of it, which I think is a completely fair... I think that's a fair statement of most games. Good lord, I am lucky she did not see me. I think that's true for a lot of games, and I appreciate it when people who are fans of things sort of say that, because most of the time it's like watching TV shows now, right? Like, it's not enough. Stuff can't be good anymore. It has to be like the best ever. But okay, I think I can have her. Oh crap. My get out of jail free card is to go invisible, assuming they don't have thermal vision.
Ну как? Времени совсем мало.
How am I gonna deal with this? But yeah, like it's not for any dislike of like CD Projekt Red or The Witcher or anything like that. It's just I did try the first game and I did not care for it. I'm told you don't really need to worry about doing the first and second, and so at this point it's just a question of being too lazy to too lazy to install the third one. Just 1 second here. I got a message from someone. I just want to make sure they're okay. Okay. Dubai Sand and Death. I heard a troubling click. My Geiger counter. May it rest in peace. I stood on a glass surface, some parts smooth as ice, others cracked and jagged. The earth I walked on was formed from melted sand after a thermonuclear bomb detonated here, one of the 5 that fell on Dubai. I recalled old stills from the end of the 20th century, skyscrapers like crystal obelisks touching the sky, supercars, palm trees, now nothing. Like a surreal frozen sea blanketed by the irradiated dust of the Arabian Peninsula and glistening under the desert sun. But nearby, I think it says glinting rather than glistening, but nearby, in the city's former suburbs, life continues on. Difficult, brutal, cutthroat, but life nonetheless. Few dare venture outside without a hazmat suit, makeshift or otherwise. Any sort of dwelling must be built with concrete walls measuring at least 13 feet thick, and without a single window. This offers survival, yes, but to what end? Unlike in the corporate haven of New Dubai, erected deeper in the Arabian Gulf, the average life expectancy in Old Dubai is a mere 30 years. Still, some have found advantages to life here. No visitors, neither Netwatch nor any corporate special forces unit will deploy here. This land of glass and dust has become asylum for some of the world's most wanted criminals. Some say that they are only biding their time until an early death delivers them to hell. Some say that they're already there. The Witcher series on Netflix is really good. Henry Cavill does an amazing job. I'm looking forward to him doing 40K on Amazon. Yeah, I was actually a little surprised to hear... I kind of thought that Games Workshop would try to do their own production rather than sort of license it to someone. But I mean, Amazon's got deep pockets, so I'm assuming that, you know, Games Workshop has a price like anyone else. I am curious though, like obviously 40K is such a huge setting. I am really curious how they're going to break that down into something, you know, that an audience will tolerate, for lack of a better term. Okay, I want to try and be careful on how I take everyone out. Throw them over the edge. Okay, somebody can see me, which is not good. Again, I get a bonus for doing this stealthy, so I want to be kind of careful. Okay, this is... There we go. Nadeja Tiruna. I still feel terrible. Sleeping is difficult. I feel weak and anxious. I consulted the Ripper Doc specialist you recommended, and he told me that my body is overloaded. He says that if I do not find organic substitutes for some of my cyberware, I might suffer a heart attack. Dr. Tatiana Lebedeva. Xavier is anxious himself. He does not understand Soviet technology. You'll see Sergei now. He will not whimper on the sight of bio readings a little above normal. Use your strength. Remember, you have been given permission to take full advantage. Enjoy it. Do not let nerves take control of you. Simply take stronger sleeping pills. One more thing. Watch out for Mikhail. His biomonitor signals that his cortisol is elevated. Sure, thanks. Wait, did that say pun knife? It did. Perfectly balanced, lethal, and fun. Be careful when throwing this knife. You could and will poke someone's karoshi out. I'm excited to see what they do with the 40K realm. Henry Cavill is a huge fan of it, and he's a producer, but I'm curious to see how they produce and what story they do. He's also a huge fan of The Witcher and did an amazing job. Also a huge 40K nerd and anything tabletop. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is I did do Warhammer Fantasy Battles. Obviously, Game Workshop is a ridiculously expensive hobby to get into. Something tells me I'm not going to be able to use this... Okay, it doesn't look as ridiculous as I thought it would, but I think I'm going to go for the jacket. Yeah, so I had a Lizardman army, and it's enjoy. You can't tell whether or not I'm wearing pants under these. But yeah, there's a side of me that kind of wishes I got into 40K because it's I don't know, there's just something very compelling about the setting. And like fantasy is fine, but it does feel that the 40K setting is a little more distinctive in some ways. I think I actually might have played Battlefleet Gothic, which is in the setting. It's just, you know, it's not the tabletop. But I did play BattleTech. I actually still have some BattleTech models, so I like that. Yeah, actually, I don't know if you've ever checked out the 40K wiki, Rouge Light Girl, but it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, I cannot imagine like I'm tolerant of some pretty long stuff, and obviously I'm very long-winded, but like the 40K wiki is one of those points where I'm like, okay, maybe we just need to roll back a little bit on the detail here. Like I don't think it's that important that we go into all this, but it's fun. Like obviously one of the nicest things for pretty much anything you can be into is seeing people like really get into something. That's just very rewarding to see people excited by something. So, it's hard to begrudge people the enthusiasm. It's just be nice if it was a little more moderate. Okay, I'm trying to figure out here. So I need the 7A, and I'm trying to see if I can get that. So if I do the 1C 7A, I can go to the 55, but that doesn't hook into a 75. So if I did a 1C 7A, yeah, there's no other 55s here, and then there isn't a BD for me to hook into at the start. So the only 1C I've got is here, so that'd be a 1C 7A 55, but then that runs into the same problem. There isn't another 7A waiting for me. Honestly, let's just play it by ear. So we've got the 55. I could take the BD and the 7A. Yeah, so at least we got the tier 1. I don't know if you know, Warren, there is a video game version of BattleTech, which is by the original creator of it. Jordan Weissman founded a company called Harebrained Schemes, and they licensed the rights back from Microsoft and made basically a digital version of the tabletop game, which is very good. And in fact, the one thing that I really like about it is that they retain that other important part about it, which is that BattleTech is not just a tabletop game, but like a series of novels and, like there was a TV show, for crying out loud. So they actually took the time to sort of write out a reasonably, not even reason, like it's a compelling story. I liked it quite a bit, and it would have been a fine game if they just gave me, a giant stompy mech to run around and blow everything up with. But they did actually take the time to push the setting forward a little bit and tell a story in the periphery, which I liked. Especially because, like, I've always ignored the periphery. I pretty much like, the Federated Commonwealth is the combination of the two. But I like the Lyrian Commonwealth, House Steiner, or I like Jade Falcon in the clans. I never really did a lot in the jihad setting, but I do find the world of Blake really interesting. Like fundamentalist Comstar is a really cool idea. But again, like I didn't know about jihad until after I bought the box set. There's a lot that's changed in that setting, actually. But yeah, anyways, the BattleTech game was really good. And then Piranha Games, which is actually based in Vancouver, they're still doing MechWarrior Online, but they released MechWarrior 5, which now has, I think, 3 or 4 DLC. And that's the first person one. It doesn't have the clan stuff. That's the most common complaint I hear about it, is that people really like the clans. And I mean, who can blame them, right? Because like the Mad Cat is probably the most iconic mech in that setting, and that's obviously a clan mech. But I have a feeling the new thing they're working on is probably clans. Like I think I can see why you'd want to do stuff which is sort of set in the original Inner Sphere, especially because there'd been a really long time since there'd been some BattleTech stuff, and so it's reestablishing the setting for people. And if you think about it, right, sorry to go on my soapbox here, but like, it is such a good time to be bringing back stuff like BattleTech, because like nerd culture's everywhere, right? Like look at the biggest shows on TV, and even like for a while, like stuff that's canceled now. So like Game of Thrones, Rings of Power, a huge star, Superman, right, is moving from one fantasy franchise, The Witcher, into a science fiction franchise, Warhammer 40K. you know, most of the movies that you can watch in cinemas now are comic book movies, right? To a certain extent, it's almost like the monkey's paw, right? Because, you know, it's not necessarily the sci-fi that fans of sci-fi or fantasy, SF is like the general term, I guess. It's not necessarily the stuff deep fans want to always see. But I'd argue that even then, we're pretty spoiled in terms of the quality of what we get. Like, if you look for it, there's like smart, interesting sci-fi that's getting that's out there. It's just maybe not the sort of stuff that you'll see on the big screen. But yeah, so like something like BattleTech, I don't think the culture has been better primed than now to be reintroducing stuff like that. But I suspect that is one of the reasons why the why you see so much inner sphere, like Succession Wars stuff for BattleTech right now. Because if you think of it, right, like, what are the Succession Wars? It's basically just another retelling of the fall of the Roman Empire, right? That's basically kind of what Game of Thrones is as well, right? Like, it's you kind of need to blur it a lot, right? But you're basically looking at the same thing. You have this one powerful centralized system of government. It breaks apart. You have a number of powerful families, all who are trying to get their piece of the pie, or to possibly just take the big role. And this leads to a lot of conflict. This leads to the loss of a lot of either advanced technology or the benefits of sort of the bureaucracy and the infrastructure. And it leads effectively to a dark age. And that can be describing Game of Thrones. That can be describing BattleTech. It's a story that obviously people are interested in. But where fans of BattleTech would be saying, hey, I kind of want to see the clan stuff, I suspect there are probably people saying is like, yes, that's interesting, and yes, we want to do it, but we also want to appeal to a broader audience, and for that, we want to be appealing to the stuff that got people into BattleTech in the first place, which isn't necessarily the clan stuff. That's my theory, anyway. Obviously, there are smarter people working on it. And I mean, the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech, when you have the original designers of it working on it, clearly, if that's the story they want to tell, they don't owe me anything. All right. Encrypted account Mikhail Akulov. Comrade, report your progress. Comrade General, deliberations continue smoothly, but I need more time to reach a compromise. It is possible we must make a new offer. Also, we must watch our neighbors to the south. They, too, are attempting to build rapport with the Japanese. Shalma to Mikhail Akulov. By the way, this is really cool. Like, I mean, it's annoying that there's the glare from the light, but the fact that they put in enough detail that the cursor's actually causing the flare to change. I like that. Shelma, we have control over the hotel network systems and enabled a VPN. All messages you write will be encrypted and inaccessible from outside the network. Okay. At this point, I'm basically just robbing the hotel. I don't know if there's anybody else around here, so I'm still going to sneak around, but it's all the cameras should be done. Okay, we've read that one before. I should probably read it again because it does have something to say about the Arasaka corporate structure, but I sort of want to wrap up this mission and then we can worry about the rest. We've also read Foodie Guide to Night City. 1C and 2 BDs. Okay, I've got 55 BD, 1C, BD. That works for me. Oh, another thing, Waldo Pepper. This will definitely be something we talk about offline, but I don't know if Ray and Christine told you, but I wound up in Wales for something kind of related to this. There'll be a video coming out reasonably soon, but There's there's something weird and wonderful that I got to do. I'm definitely looking forward to sharing. Okay, let's get out of here. Interesting. So even though I'm on the other side of the door, it's not going to let me go through. Waiting for elevators. It's like I'm in the future. Here we go.
Shard is secured.
Nice work. Sending you the drop-off coordinates. Client will be waiting for you there.
Why do I feel like a corpo agent right now? What's all this about?
China. They're the client.
China, huh? Thought you never liked swimming with the sharks.
Everyone's got debts, V. You do what you gotta do.
What happens if you can't pay it off?
Why do you think we're scraping the barrel into gigs here? So I don't have to find out.
What kind of debt?
Just something from my muckraking days. Needed help and fast, too.
Help for what?
I'm sorry, do you hear me poking around your personal biz? Digging through your past?
No. Suppose not.
Just teasing me. Sorta. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather just get this over with and move on. So you heading to the meet or what?
I'm en route.
Pete, wait.
Yeah?
When you get there, no questions. Makes them real cranky.
Try my best.
Maniac! It is interesting in terms of how the setting's set up that it's China and the USSR that are at odds. Obviously, historically, you'd imagine the contentious relationship between Russia and China, or sorry, Russia and Japan, hence Arasaka. I do like the idea of Matryoshka encryption, the dolls that...
This sort of gig, no hiccups? Quiet as a roach? Color me impressed. Contract closed, and thanks.
It implies this kind of encryption where you have increasingly small versions of the data inside of itself. One more thing, there's an extra bonus at the drop point for your excellent work. So normally that's what you get for the stealthy operation, but there's also a bunch of people who try to kill you at these spots. Alright, I wasn't quite expecting it to be this far away. I really got lost.
veterans some change? Here. All yours.
Good you. God bless.
Okay, again, we're trying to earn enough money for another fancy vehicle, and usually I just do side jobs for Regina. Yep, there's one. Although honestly, it's a little bit more about the... Get out of the way! You know what? I haven't had a good old-fashioned shootout. Police aren't exactly sending their best. I stand corrected. Jesus, I'm gonna die. Oh, you're kidding me. I thought I was hitting the the heal button, but not. I've never played Cyberpunk 2077. I have a PS4. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely not going to work. Definitely skill issue. I've never played Cyberpunk 2077. Sorry, my name is Skylar White. Your husband's Walter White. How you doing, King of Debt? All right. Also, good to see you again, Delamain AI. Now we know why...
Here. All yours.
Now we know why I do everything with stealth. I have been appropriately judged. I actually don't know if you were here for it, but we completed the Delamain... quest line. I really liked how it turned out. I actually really... You may be able to answer this, actually. So, I noticed there's a little bit of character development in the reward that you get. Like, it starts off... Maniac! Stop breaking my car. But yeah, so it starts off sort of asking to slow down, and then it's basically it's introducing itself asking to go faster. And I've always wondered if that's based on my behavior, like the fact that I don't slow down, or if it always just behaves that way. Because I really like the character development for the I really do like the character development for the vehicle. Other vehicles are just a better way or faster way to brake.
Arati Kapoor's son overdosed on glitter. Probably heard of it. Hardcore substance circulating on the streets right now. Arata wants you to go to the lab making it and turn it into a crater. Check the attachment for more intel on Arati and the whole messed up sitch.
So even though we're going to blow up a lab, we are still going to... Actually, maybe I'll just try and restore the respect that's so deeply important to me from chat regarding firefights. Alright, Agent Saboteur, destroy the glitter lab building on is it Rovny or Rovnid? Anyways, street. Unless you've been living under a rock, you've heard of glitter. Word is that you take it, you're hooked for life, but apparently it's easier to OD on than neofenytoin. That's probably an innovation from CD Projekt Red. I'm pretty sure fentanyl wasn't a thing when Cyberpunk started. It was only a matter of time before some zit-faced rich kid fried a skull sponge. Kid's mother was Arati Kapoor, co-owner of the Masala Studios restaurant franchise. Needless to say, she's pretty torn up about it, but she's not the kind to wallow in her grief. She's got a plan. The lab where the glitter is cooked has to be wiped off the face of the earth, and if some of those dipshits making it expire on the spot, I think you know the answer. Flicking to the cords now, FYA, the place might be guarded by tiger claws. Welcome back, Vanguard Master.
Time for a bloodbath!
Yeah, turns are usually the way that I slow down abruptly. All right, where are we? 1C, 2 BDs, 1C, and then, but I don't get a 55 out of that. But I do get it here, but then I don't get an E9. Valuable loot I'm just leaving out there on the ground. Well, I did have about 90K that I was sitting on before I bought the blue car. I'm sure it has a name, I just couldn't be bothered to look it up right now. It'd help if I wasn't hitting the walls.
What you got?
I brought a knife to a gunfight and won. I really thought he would have burned to death. One C55, 2 BDs. Archive conversation. Yusako Ogata and Walter Brandeis. Where are you? Choom, seriously. You can't do shit. Hello? You were supposed to be here 3 hours ago. Fuck, sorry. I'll be there in 1 hour. What happened? Same as always. Smiley face. You need to stop drinking so much. Operation depends on you. Last time, I swear, you need someone to take care of you, like a guard. Where were we? Free Caliburn. 8 Panem anyway. Oh yeah, so I think I've talked with Rogue, so I believe she's been introduced, but I have not done anything main quest, and I've pretty much decided to buy as many frivolous items as I can before doing the main quest. Also, I keep dying to Cyber Psychos, so it would be kind of nice for me to buff up a little bit. Alright, No Life 3 review. After 50 long years, the wait is finally over. The third and final installment of the No Life series will be available for purchase tomorrow. As has been reported already, gamers should not expect any major shakeups in regard to the protagonist. We still play as the strong silent type scientist Baron Freimensch. We follow Baron as he ventures to the Arctic Circle to, well, why spoil it when you'll have your hands on it in less than 24 hours. The gist, with Alice at the Baron's side and a trusty crowbar in hand, those nasty aliens are in for a rude awakening. So we did read that, I think during the early Maelstrom mission. Okay, I will level up technical ability if I have to, but I think usually you should just be able to... Nope. Normally there's another way in. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Delamain AI. I know your original reason for coming to this channel basically doesn't exist anymore, but I do appreciate you returning, especially given my free interpretation of what constitutes gameplay. You know, I probably would have missed them if you didn't bring them to my attention. Oop, I didn't want to distract enemies, but that's fine. But no, I did see there was some talk of... The thing for me about spoilers is this. Like, I would prefer to be able to... I'd prefer to be able to engage stuff on my own terms. But there is a type of dialogue around now about spoilers which is a lot less about whether or not somebody enjoys something and a lot more about, like, making the other person, like, making the person complaining about spoilers the center of attention. So if someone, like, goes out of their way to try and ruin the enjoyment... Like, the problem with that is not so much the fact that there was a spoiler. It's basically just the disrespect, right? But, like, I remember somebody came in here when I was playing L.A. Noire, and they basically just said straight up, you know, if you've played L.A. Noire, you know what happens to the main character at the end. And they put it in there. And, like, that was not a problem for me, because... Clearly, the ending for L.A. Noire does not depend on, you know, the fate of Cole. There's so much more to that experience. You know, there's the journey that you go on. If you learn about the character's fate early enough, you really don't care because you haven't approached you just don't know that individual. You're not that invested in them to care about what happens to them. So it's usually more about whether it's an indicator that somebody's going to be a problem. So, like, if something's honestly spoiled, like, I saw the movie Seven, which is kind of famous for its really surprising ending. The one I saw was like a recording off of television, and whoever it was, like, recorded it at the wrong time, so it was basically like the last 15-20 minutes of the movie. And, like, when you're watching that movie and you see that ending and you think that it's the opening, that is probably one of the most intense and amazing openings to a movie ever. And then obviously, you know, after the credits have been rolling for a little while, I realize, okay, you know, I've clearly seen the ending of this really special movie. But yeah, like, it's, you know, I would argue that probably my enjoyment of that movie has been enhanced by the fact that I had this really weird introduction to it, and I get to tell that story now, rather than sort of sitting down saying, my God, the purity of Andrew Kevin Walker's screenplay has been forever destroyed for me, right? Like, it's a fun ride, and obviously being able to understand what led up to that big moment was as important as the big reveal itself. So, anyways, long story short, I am quite chill about spoilers, but naturally I appreciate it when people are respectful and allow the game to be explored on its own. You have a terrible memory, so spoilers rarely bother you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just, I remember when like the new, well, quote unquote new. There's always a new Star Wars movie. I remember when a continuation of the Star Wars series was a new thing. Oops. I really thought I would have taken him out off of that. Oh, you're kidding me. God, I'm an idiot. But yeah, like the like that whole thing where like people were running around talking about major plot points in in chats. Like, that was people just trying to be unkind, and there's no place for that. But okay, well, it does give me a chance to read this at least. Bartolomeo Mordellini to Joe Kenishiro. Listen, I'm starting to run low on supplies. Can you send someone with another batch? How about you come to the party tomorrow? Girls will be out of this world. I just got one favor to ask. Don't put any glitter in my package. Just the party stuff. Last time we did glitter and the party finished faster than it started. Peeps got floored on that shit. Instead of having fun, they just sat around like zombies, and that's not really my jam. I don't want my guests to hit the deck like flies. You'll swing by. As for your package, someone must have added glitter by accident. Stuff's definitely not right for your shindigs. Forever Young from Dynamics. Forever Young. Are you in your 50s, 60s, even your 70s, but still want to look like you did in your teens? Do you crave the eternal youth of the Arasakas, but can't afford the implants? We've got a solution. One a day. Dynamics. I know there is there's a specific etymology behind this, and I don't... Okay, I'm actually going to look this up. The new update for the end of the... Oh, you're not talking about Phantom Liberty, are you? If it's coming out that soon, I really need to get on with it in the game. Okay. It is absolutely not worth spending that much time looking up. One a day Dynamics will slow the effects of aging, helping you look 20 years younger. You're just one small capsule away from enjoying your natural beauty to its fullest, even into old age. Dynamics is completely safe to use. Studies have shown it to be over 95% effective. Tako Tanaka, MD. Incredible! I'm 68 years old, and I don't look a day over 40. One of our many satisfied customers. All my wife's friends constantly ask how she bagged her cougar self such a young husband. You should see her face when she tells them I'm actually old enough to be her father. Another satisfied customer. Don't bother getting an expensive new faceplate. Invest in stunning natural beauty. 2023, no set date. Okay, that's good. Well, I mean, obviously, one of the challenges that the game ran into was... I don't want to say a rushed delivery, because obviously this thing took a long time to make. But I suspect managing expectations with regards to deliveries is probably the right thing to do, because I suspect if the release date keeps getting pushed again and again, whatever goodwill has been restored is probably going to vanish pretty quickly. I personally think that CD Projekt was actually running into money problems at the time. At the time that they announced the release, I have a feeling that there could have been circumstances under which this game turned out quite differently. But obviously it was an incredibly successful game, like even with the embarrassing launch. Actually, okay, sorry, I know I'm going on a lot of tangents here, but I'm sure a number of you will remember the Wall Street bets, sort of the attempt at the short squeeze with the GameStop stock, and there was Melvin Capital, I think was the name. Anyways, it's a hedge fund, and of course they got caught on the wrong side of it, and if I don't know if they were fully insolvent, but either way, they essentially needed to be sort of bought out by their by a couple of other firms. I think it was Citadel that wound up picking them up. And it's one of these examples. I think the one thing that's funny is people actually don't give them credit for how generally they made the right calls, and usually when people were looking in the wrong direction. But it's a really good example of how you can generally be a very good, securities analyst, or any sort of financial markets. You could also apply this to gambling. But if you allocate incorrectly, if you bet too much on a particular outcome, you can put yourself in a situation where it doesn't matter how right you were, you still get wiped out because of a fairly rare event. These are usually kind of known as statistically, these are sort of known as like the fat-tailed situations, or the black swans. But the reason why I'm bringing them up is that while people will probably know them better as one of the firms that was really affected by the GameStop mania, they actually shorted CD Projekt Red, and they were right. They did it before 2077 came out, and they actually did very well off of the sort of the drop in share price as a result. Now, the thing is that wasn't necessarily the most difficult call to make, because essentially if 2077 was anything short of a complete smash, and the perception was that this was a massively successful thing, the price of like the share, the valuation for the company was probably much higher. Well, no, not even probably, because we have the benefit of history. It was much higher than what you reasonably should have expected for a company like CD Projekt. But again, prior to the release for 2077, if somebody had told you that they were effectively betting against the success of CD Projekt, the company that made the Witcher series, which has a Netflix show, and well, obviously the games, but the TV show wouldn't have existed without the games. And then, of course, the most anticipated video game release possibly of all time. You would have been laughing at these people for being such idiots. But as it turns out, they were right on CD Projekt. But because they had made what, to all sites, was actually a very reasonable call about GameStop, and because they positioned themselves in such a way that they were vulnerable to a sudden surge in the share price for GameStop, ultimately it didn't matter. They were basically wiped out. Anyways, sorry. I know some of you are not interested in financial markets, save for playing a corpo. But you did say they're also including more of the anime in the update. So I have not actually seen Edge Runners. People keep recommending it, and I did run into an anime in this, but I believe that was my Street Kid, which I'm playing on my own, not on stream. Yeah, so when you're saying the anime, I'm assuming you're referring to Edge Runners. All right, get high at home. These days, when the police have so much more to worry about than whether the kids are smoking special cigarettes, when designer drugs can be bought on any corner, we say back to the basics. Why line producers and dealers' pockets when you can make your own concoctions in the comfort of your own garage? In the following chapters, we'll give you quick, easy-to-follow recipes for your favorite boosters. It's fun. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to check it out. The thing is, Edge Runners is on Netflix, right? I only ask because I don't actually have it, so I'm sure I can make friends with people who have Netflix and get to watch it, but that's a terrible reason to make friends with people. Oh, damn it! Sorry, I probably should be I should be focusing on one or the other. Clearly dividing my attention is not serving me well. Until they implement whatever that new policy is about account sharing, trying to finish watching all the shows that went on there before they do that. More guns. Honestly, I do stealth for just about everything, so my build has largely been whatever I need to get through a level. Essentially, I'm packing a revolver right now because it's the highest DPS of the pistol options I had, a submachine gun or an automatic rifle. Usually I've gone submachine gun again just because it gives me the DPS I need, and then I usually keep one melee weapon just for those situations. It hasn't served me well these last couple of firefights, but basically if I run out of ammo in both weapons, it's nice to just be able to close the distance. Given that I'm using a pistol or some variation of a handgun and a submachine gun, I'm usually close enough that I can run in and finish the job while people are reloading. That's how it works in principle. Obviously, in practice, I've kind of been screwing it up. Warren says, not sure of the financial side. Sorry, Waldo Pepper. But I always thought that the PC version 27 worked extremely well, but for PS5, the new Xbox. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the perceptions... So I was in this weird position where I had sort of skepticism about Cyberpunk before it was cool to be skeptical about it. And then when it was released, and this wasn't because GOG gave me a copy, it was just I'd like to try and have as realistic of a perspective on, the state of the world as I can. I had to admit that despite my skepticism, it was actually fairly clear that the ridicule of the game was unearned. Obviously there were problems with the console versions, but if you looked at things like the concurrent players on Steam, it was clear there were very large numbers of people who were really enjoying the game. And likewise, you've got... Sorry, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. You have... Actually, I'm pretty sure the game made its budget back, on release date. So, just to be clear, it's not cool that they promised to deliver for certain platforms and then didn't fulfill it, right? But I think to call it... the fact of the matter is, if you attach 2077 at the end of something, people kind of treat it as a byword for failure. And it's very hard to see how this game is a failure other than failing to live up to its very arrogant marketing campaign. So again, is it a perfect game? Is it the sort of thing that sort of merited the hype? I'm still not entirely convinced it is, but it's a very, very enjoyable game. And I actually wish that people would kind of chill out about it because, there's just... There are bigger problems to deal with than the fact that, this game didn't meet an impossible standard. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Waldo Pepper. The perceptions of the game were entirely different than what the majority of players were experiencing. It was so clear to see just from player count information that there were a lot of people consistently playing the game and enjoying it. So... But then again, I mean, gamers are going to complain about anything, right? So I probably shouldn't be surprised that that's how people are reacting. And sorry, I think I said this already, King Cadet, but have a good night. But yeah, sorry, to your point, Waldo, even on the financial side, I'm near certain. Wait, did these barrels come back? Weird. Or maybe they were always there and I'm just not paying attention. But you know, financially, I'm pretty sure this game made its budget back in one day. But even then, right, like the game can be financially successful, but if you bid a stock price, I mean, you know this, if you bid a stock price up to a level that's anything less than a complete, just complete dominance of the sector, for whatever reason, I cannot get out of this building. If the price has been bid up to a level that you just simply cannot deliver on the expectations, it doesn't really matter that you had a successful title. The share price is going to fall just because there's no way that the return's going to be there. I cannot hit the broadside of the barn. You should be able to ricochet. Oh.
Finally, someone I can fucking fight.
Jesus. We should have taken that reload as a chance. So yeah, you can kind of see why I avoid the combat on this, is that even when I do the big stealth approach, it doesn't necessarily get the thing done any faster for me. My usual routine is, because I tend to blow it on stealth anyway. I just wait till I mess up the stealth and then I finish off the rest.
No more lab, just like the doctor ordered. Of course, let's not kid ourselves. Glitter's here to stay. But at least we hit the fuckers making it where it hurts. Oh, one last thing. Arati asked me to thank you. Said she's very grateful. So thanks. Catch you later.
But yeah, so usually what I do is I wait till I screw up on the stealth bit, and then I finish the rest with guns. These look even worse. Okay, this is promising. So I think this is the better scope. Should probably just... yeah, we'll just scrap the rest of these. Absolutely agree on the hype of the game. So great, stock went through the roof. Impossible to get the value. Yeah. Actually, it's funny. Speaking of Grand Theft Auto, 2K actually took a bit of a tumble recently. Not even recently. It's going through some trouble, and part of that is because it looks like Marvel's Midnight Suns, critically very well received, but people just didn't seem to buy it. And you could kind of see because that game went on discount really quickly. But it's a bit of a shame. Actually, there's been I don't know, this is more my wheelhouse, to be honest. I don't know how many of you follow Firaxis and Civ and stuff like that, but there's a couple of details that I think are interesting. Number one, Firaxis has officially confirmed a new Civilization game. Now, we all knew that was being worked on, but like this is their confirmation of the existence of a Civ game. There was actually a reason I went to my inventory, and it was to get a burrito. So obviously I'm happy to hear about another Civ game, but there's some high-profile people who left. So Steve Martin, who I think was a studio director, he was like, I'm pretty sure he was there like 20 years. Or was it Jake Solomon? Anyways, there's a new studio director. Somebody who used to work on Fortnite is now heading up Firaxis. Sid Meier's still there, but I don't think he's ever been like a manager. I think he's kind of there as a designer. I don't actually know what his full title is. I know he's the founder, but obviously 2K bought him. But yeah, Jake Solomon's gone. And I mean, he's there for 2 decades, heading up XCOM. So presumably, yeah, Solomon's gone. So I suspect there's an XCOM 3, but clearly it's going to be another. It's going to be another talent attached to it. It is interesting, right? Because XCOM was like his dream project. And so I do wonder how much of this is tied to the performance of Midnight Suns. I mean, his goodbye message was nothing but, it was gracious and positive. So, it doesn't seem to be that there's like a big rift or anything like that. But obviously, a couple of high-profile departures from the company. 2K's always been kind of an interesting one because, like, in terms of EA, whatever you think of it as a developer or anything like that, like financially, they've got very consistent earnings. Like, it's one that I've always, not that I'm in a position to like give stock advice or anything like that, but it is one that I've kind of wanted to own shares of. And I've always found the valuation quite rich. And one of the reasons for that is they continue to deliver. And one of the reasons they continue to deliver is that their sports franchises are so strong, right? So if you've got, FIFA and NHL and, what is it, FIFA, NHL, Madden. And I mean, let's not forget The Sims just is basically, like, it just prints money. These are all really strong kind of foundations for a company to be founded on. So even like if you try and think about like the last few high profile releases from EA that aren't sports games, like Battlefield wasn't that well received. It definitely underperformed sales wise, but in the end you don't really see that in the financial results because the rest of the company does so well. And I mean, there's an equivalent to that for Activision Blizzard, right? Like Call of Duty basically just owns the world whenever they release a new one. It's basically the reason why that thing is such a major sticking point in terms of the merger. And you've actually noticed that Sony has sort of stopped pushing their Sony's really stopped pushing their position on like trying to stop the merger. I think in the end, a lot of Sony's sort of pushing on the anti-competitive side of things was not necessarily that they wanted it's not necessarily that they didn't want Microsoft to acquire it, it's that they wanted the assurance from competition agencies to basically they just wanted the assurances that it would continue to stay on their platform. So essentially they were arguing for a stronger position than what they actually wanted, simply because they wanted to get a good deal to continue having Call of Duty on their platform. And one of the reasons why they would still be okay with a merger is simply because one of the things that competition bureaus are proposing now is that Call of Duty sort of be spun out and be an independent company. Now, Sony has no guarantees that they're going to get a good deal if they're negotiating with a separate entity that effectively exists to make Call of Duty. And so this is where all of a sudden you're seeing an about face in terms of their behavior. It also happens to be that, if there's people who do things like track the movement of corporate jets, and Sony's paid a visit to the States recently, and you can guess what city they went to. The other one that I don't think people fail to appreciate is King is a huge component of Activision Blizzard's earnings. Like Candy Crush is such a huge moneymaker. But again, it's not the first. Like if you think of the company that makes Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Overwatch did a lot better than I think people were expecting. Or sorry, Overwatch 2 did a lot better than I think people were expecting. Like again, these are things that if you are analyzing the financial side, it really matters that you know about this. And if you're somebody who likes playing, Cyberpunk and Jedi Fallen Order and I don't know, Assassin's Creed, you probably don't think so much about the King side of the ledger, or the sports side of the ledger. But anyways, 2K is a funny case just because it's not just that they have an inconsistent track record, right? Like some years there'll be like a Red Dead Redemption or a Grand Theft Auto, but other years it's going to be, a little bit more quiet. They've got a lot of very high-profile developers, right? They own BioShock, they own Civilization, they own Grand Theft Auto. These are like really, really valuable properties, but they don't do a release every year for these things. They tend to let them rest for periods of time, and as a consequence, you actually will see these really lumpy earnings for 2K. And right now, they're going through a bit of a slump. So, anyways, there's your business news. I don't have any more contracts for you, V. At least now, Watson is better off thanks to all your work. If I may suggest something, take a break from the city for a while. Burnout can affect even the strongest individuals, so a bit of R&R would do you a world of good, and I mean it. There's a little gift waiting for you in your stash to help you on the way. So long, V. So let's go back. Let's go back home. Let's see whether or not I can improve my driving. Oh, come on. But yeah, to your statement or your question earlier, Vanguard Master, what Jake Solomon's what his post said is he's leaving to pursue a dream. So whether or not he kind of didn't see a future at Firaxis after Midnight Suns, or he had an opportunity. I mean, it's possibly he wanted to be running the studio, and this other individual was hired instead, so he may be going off to found something that he can sort of get a higher level on. Matrix reference. For those of you who don't know about The Matrix, it's the sci-fi John Wick movie that old people watched. Yeah, well, that's my guess, right? Which is funny because I know, like, he started off as a programmer. I think a graphics programmer, actually. And it actually took him a couple of tries. Like, they needed to give him a couple of shots before he finally cracked XCOM. So he didn't strike me as someone who wanted to be sort of running a studio. But you never know, right? Like, the thing is that you get to play the games. You don't necessarily get to know what people's plans are. I actually am still wondering what happened to Firaxis back when Brian Reynolds and a number of other people left. Because what's interesting about that one is not just that it was high-profile talent that left, but it's all the people that they brought in. Because that was the time that they brought in, like, Soren Johnson, who obviously did very well. Did I not get this?
Huh. Interesting.
So this has got to be the Fool. Yeah. The Fool is everyone, including you and me. Each step he takes on his journey feels like stepping into a brave new world. Ultimately, the journey will change him, but as the card shows, he's a trustworthy lad whose tireless hope drives him towards his goal. So this is kind of neat, right? Obviously, so the thing that I like about this are more specifically where you find certain characters. So I'm pretty sure we found the Empress outside of Afterlife, so this has got to be Rogue. The Fool is clearly us. So it's sort of neat that the game is using Tarot to sort of comment on where a number of these characters are. This is also a chance for me to dump off some of my Neofiber. Increases mitigation chance by 5% and mitigation strength by 10. Cool. I don't know why I'm still keeping this. So some of these I'm keeping because yeah, all of these are not improvements anymore. So I'll keep the office blazer. So basically, like, the iconic stuff I'm going to put in the stash. I know I can, like, there's ways that I can improve them, but I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to hang on to Sir John Falstaff because I need a non-lethal means of taking people out. Okay. Again, these boots look ridiculous. What's the story here? Right, they're low quality. Okay. There's a few things I'm going to sell as well. Keep your feet dry in the rain, though. Fair? All right. Interesting. Hang on a second. Huh. I did not realize that was a separate category. Like, I just assumed that was where the wardrobe went. Anyways, I'm going to sell a few specific items. I'm not going to sell the junk yet. So the reason why I hang on to the junk is usually when I play games like this, I like to have sort of my, in case of emergency, break glass, sort of bank, basically a source of cash like that. I should probably be reading the descriptions for these because some of them are pretty clever. But tofu, tuna, and pineapple pizza. Vegans can't get enough of it. But yeah, basically, like, right now, with the cash that I've got, I just wind up buying another car, which is, you know, nice, but there's always going to be another car. Like, it's not the sort of thing that I need to rush to purchase. Okay, this is a little ridiculous that I have the this many mods. Oh, hang on. No, I want this one back, and we're selling this one. I should probably just be breaking them apart for parts, actually. Can I? No. So I'll keep like one of each. I'm okay keeping silencers. I don't want to have the crit chance, so we're gonna... And I don't see how this is any different from these other silencers, so we'll get rid of all of these. Oh my god, I need to figure out what I'm doing with my quick hacks. Yeah, I'm not gonna completely run through all of that, but there's some basics. Okay, so no more jobs for me in Watson, so presumably we will work with Wakako's missions.
Starting rate of $100 million a hefty price, yes, but can you truly put a price on your security? In New Mexico and Oklahoma, a new bout of unrest has erupted in the wake of suicide blasts at NUS bases. President Myers has openly blamed the Republic of Texas for the attacks. In a swift reprisal, NUS forces carried out a series of bombings on Texan airports in Wellington and El Paso.
One thing I never realized about the advertising, so we kind of talked about just how sexual all the advertising is in this, but I never realized how much, so much of the food-related stuff is very cartoonish. Like, obviously, most of this is just very sort of fleshy and, like, okay, so, like, most of the advertising looks like that and that. But when they're advertising food, it looks like a cartoon. That's a touch that I never really realized. Okay. Oh, I've already hooked it up. Never getting used to those turns. Wrong way. At this point, I just don't care anymore.
B, I need you to acquire something. Only me, no client. So I expect quick and clean results. You will be entering Tiger Claw territory. Very high risk. More information attached.
Okay. Search and recovery. Retrieve Leah Gladen's lockbreaker device. Building on the corner of Holly and Floyd Street. Door code 2137. A great treasure can turn out to be a great curse, remember that, V. One of the fences in my territory, Leah Gladen, came into possession of some highly valuable equipment, a lock-break device capable of jailbreaking corp cyberware. Some call it a corp cracker. This tech opens doors for suits who want out, but don't want to lose function or of corp-issued chrome or are looking to make an extra eddy by selling second-hand. Leah wasn't born yesterday. She knows what the tech is worth. She and I went back and forth, long price negotiations. We were close to reaching a deal when all contact was lost. Your job is to find out what happened to Leah, but more importantly, to get that skeleton key for me. Don't bother reporting back until you have it. Don't waste time. I do not want to rent the apartment. I want to... Okay, now he might get mad when I take the personnel access to him. This is one of the things I kind of wish the game did a better job of telegraphing, is when an action you're going to take is going to annoy someone. Because I don't see how I could have known that was going to be the response. Also, I don't get why... There we go.
Hands to yourself.
Yeah, so like it doesn't really indicate that there's going to be a fight that happens as a result of it. He's probably not going to be happy to see me back here. Yep.
For the love of... couldn't I have been stuck in some model's skull? Or I don't know, a fucking landscape architect?
What is it now, Johnny?
Being dragged through roach-infested flop houses again. That's what.
Job's a job. What was that code?
Oh, come on.
What a fucking shit sty.
Wasn't slumming it in squats like your whole thing?
Sure, when I was skezzed out beyond all recognition.
By the way, one detail I've noticed is there's the like the knife or the like the sharp point at the end of Johnny's elbow. That was definitely not there during the memory. And there's a couple of cases where it seems to get lost. So I don't know if this is like a glitch or if this is something like if it's supposed to be an indicator about sort of his status in my head, basically. All right, archive conversation, Wilbur and Leah. Hey, Leah. Hey, so you got eager buyers? Yep, tigers. Triple my asking amount. Sounds good. Too good to be true. Jealousy. Subtle. All because I'm filthy fucking rich. Bet you sweet ass I am. But that won't change the facts. This reeks a mile off. In your shoes, I'd rather stick my finger up a cat's asshole than touch this deal. Right. Gotta go. Call you from Hawaii. Narc.
Let's keep this debate civil. I'm glad I think
Stop Complaining. Get Rich Today by Josh Kevorkian. The first and most important lesson, you, and only you, are responsible for your situation in life. Don't wait for the government to take pity on you. Don't wait for your loved ones to lend a helping hand. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get to work. I know what you're going to say. Unemployment is at 34%. But so what? What's stopping you from starting your own business? It's that damn simple. What's that? You say you need an education? So educate yourself, for Christ's sakes. From now on, I don't want to hear any excuses. What matters is that you can be rich too, but you have to want it. And for that, you'll have to work for it. We'll be right back with our coverage of the mayoral debate. Delivery 4553 Vendomate, Night City Vending, Leah Gladden. Good day, your order's ready for pickup. As requested, steel wheels have been mounted to the bottom of your machine. Please remember that the maximum wheel load capacity is 2,200 pounds. Using the wheels to support more than the specified weight may result in damages. If you have any questions or concerns, do not hesitate to call customer service Vendomate. Penis nanogel scam alert from unknown to encrypted. Warning, scam alert. Do not click on any emails with ads for penis enlargement nanogel. This is a scam. Ordinary gels cannot stimulate new cell growth. The only tested and proven method for penis enhancement is still the Arisex hormone treatment. Our scientists at Arisex have developed a formula that will dramatically increase the length and girth of your penis in only 7 days. Join the thousands of other satisfied customers and order your kit today. I didn't believe it would work, but I was desperate. I only had a week to get my penis big and I knew Mr. Stud wouldn't cut it. Fortunately, Arisex did the trick and I've still got the nail marks on my back to prove it. Thanks, Arisex. Richard Towers, real customer, verified penis growth. Order now while supplies last. Well, if you can't trust Dick Towers, who can you trust?
Well. Secret doors. How cliche. Why do peeps have to be so goddamn predictable?
Must be connected to those doors.
Or a shitter flushing somewhere. Who knows?
I was going through your receipts, Vanguard Master. Yep. Skeleton Key, Leah Glyden to Wakako Okada. Make sure you're holding on to something, because I've got something that'll make you fall out of your chair. I've got a pretty piece of tech for sale that jailbreaks corporate equipment. 100% effective on both implants and weapons. Workers cross the board except for Night Corp tech. Must use another encryption system. Interested? Don't think too long. I have other buyers. I'm buying. Send details on payment and delivery.
Looks like the layer went to the tiger claws. Behind Waco's back.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Claws aren't the deal honoring type.
Let's see if she got lucky.
So funny story about this, Walter Pepper. I think I've talked about this on stream before. If not, you're all going to assume that I'm an irredeemable pervert. I was trying to look into different ways to identify like number of sales. So there's a really popular method called the box lighter number, which is to multiply the number of reviews for a game by some number, some constant. And to basically, you get some kind of an estimate in terms of the number of units sold. Now, it's not really going to... I was really scared where that was going at first, yeah. So, basically, intuitively this makes sense. It's not great for predicting revenues because obviously you don't know the prices at which games sold. And this is also true for foreign sales, right? Because every region doesn't necessarily have the same price. In fact, those of you who do sell on Steam probably know this better than I do. But you know, again, people are looking for a rough estimate. Now, just as a brief bit of commentary on my part, I also question the value of the box lighter number depending on what you're trying to do. Because in the end, if all you're trying to do is identify the relative popularity of certain games or genres, then you don't need to multiply them by a constant, right? All that you're doing is you're comparing one genre to another, and if you're just going to be multiplying them by the same constant, you're going to get the same result. Multiplying it by a number doesn't mean anything. But if you're trying to come up with a sales estimate, you know, at that point, yeah, it does make sense to multiply by some number. And then the challenge there is figuring out what a reasonable discount to the main price, like the base price, would be to properly calculate revenue. one problem I have with the practice of the box lighter number is that people keep talking about the quote-unquote current box lighter number, and you always want to be suspicious of any measure that winds up changing. For those of you that saw my article on variances, I think reporting the variance would actually be much more helpful in this regard, because it would tell us whether or not what we're seeing is effectively statistical noise, or whether or not there is actually a change that's happening over time. And there's arguments one way or the other on it. Finally, there's evidence, and this is the thing that I was checking out, there's evidence to suggest that different genres and different tags have a different propensity to leave reviews. So this is where this story gets interesting and perverted. One of the things I was trying to do was see how good reviews were at identifying the top sellers for a month, because Steam makes this information available. They're not going to give you an ordinal ranking of the top sellers, but they are going to give you a list of the games that sold the best. And the reviews were not even close. Like, they were getting cases where maybe in a good period, they'd maybe identify 1 or 2 games in the top 10 sellers. So like at this point, you're like, you know, you've got it's so far off that, you know, maybe it's not that good for the thing that they're trying to do. And again, this is probably a little bit of evidence that the number's different between genres. By the way, I'm really sorry. I don't know what's going on in the other apartment, but it sounds a lot more exciting than what I'm talking about. But again, you know, you do the best that you can. But once I started connecting this to some historical data, it occurred to me that I was missing out on a really important bit of information, and that is, by default, Steam disables the adult games, right? Anything pornographic is not going to show up unless you specifically clear the filters and say, show me literally everything. So, in the name of research, as Waldo Pepper, I was pretty sure I've told this story before. So, I disable the filter, and my God, Steam is a different storefront when you do that. So the thing that's interesting about this, first of all, is you would assume, or at least I assumed, that people who buy those games are less likely to leave a review. Because, like, why would you put your name to something like that, right? I mean, maybe I'm too much of a Puritan and everybody's just more liberated than I am here. But, like, I'm not entirely sure I'm the sort of person who'd say System Chalk recommends, you know, MILF Manor the video game, right? But it actually turns out, if anything else, the people who buy those games are actually more likely to leave a review, which surprised me. Again, this is compared to some pretty old data, but it's the data we have that is directly from... that is a made-up title because that is an actual TV show, Vanguard Master. But the... what it did reveal to me was the thing that I had suspected, which is the top sellers every month were different than what I was expecting, you know, when I was doing the comparison. Now, as it turns out, even once I was looking at the actual top sellers, the reviews were still not a good indicator of the... They weren't a good indicator of the... you know, the games that actually sold the most. It's also worth remembering that Steam does this by revenue. So I tried 2 versions, one which used an absolute count of reviews, and then another one that used a count of reviews weighted by a price. So in both of those cases, review numbers were still not a very accurate measure in terms of identifying what the top sellers were. I did get something useful out of that. I did actually come up with a fairly decent set of weights for different genres, but I don't know if that's interesting to people on their own. But I did learn, if you do this experiment, it will ruin your Steam recommendations for a long time. I mean, obviously I'm not like downloading sales information anymore, so I'm back to the default Steam experience. But while I was doing that project, like my recommendation, like basically if you click on one pornographic title on Steam, it's like the only thing they're going to recommend to you for weeks. So, actually, if you're going to do that experiment and you care about Steam recommendations, I would probably suggest making a burner account. But in any case, I'm back to default settings, so my recommendations are fairly normal now. But that was definitely a very educational insight into Steam, and the fact that I have a very distorted view of what the storefront looks like compared to what is actually selling. So if you want to make money in video games, make a porno, basically, is what I'm saying. Kenna, got something for you. A device for jailbreaking corporate equipment. 100% effective on both implants and weapons. Works across the board except for Night Corp tech. Must use another encryption system. Let me know if you're interested, but don't take long. I have other buyers. Holy shit, I'll give you 3 times more than your best offer. Drop by wired head and we'll hit the market. Kenna. Gotta go back to the drawing board. Maybe you still have time to restart your game. Well, like, okay, so here's the funny thing. We're talking about Warhammer 40k, right? I feel like I've done this rant before, but, like, there is a side of me that says, like, so why... Yeah, I'm almost certain, this might even have been the one where you heard this, but it's like, why do people make Warhammer 40k games, right? Why do they make those instead of, haha, it was an AI driver? You can't sue me. You know, why do you... Oh, hang on. There's a vigilante mission that I can follow up on. You know, obviously people like the setting, but they... Oh, maybe I don't have an opportunity to... Too difficult. You know, like, why would you pay someone for the right to make a game, basically, right? And, you know, beyond love of the setting, which is almost certainly a reason why some people make 40k games, I think it would also be fair to say that it's because there's a built-in audience for that sort of thing, and that, you know, it's a little more, potentially a little more reliable to get... Okay, I don't know who can see me right now. Oh, wow.
Вот ты гнида.
I mean, they only have baseball bats. It's kind of excessive if I kill them.
Man down! Where'd you go, блядь?
But yeah, like, they're... you get a license for something like that because you're assuming that it's going to bring in a certain number of players that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get access to. And so the potentially interesting implication behind the status of adult games on Steam is that arguably this is a genre that also has a built-in audience. It's one that presumably, like, it's the days of going on Steam and automatically being able to make a profit are gone, right? Even in the, like, rare sectors, it's still hard to make money, right? So, like, what's something where there is a smaller number of releases and the releases seem to do quite well and the prices seem to be quite high, like 4X games, right? There's not as many of them as there are pixel platformers where the main character is sad. But, you know, so why isn't there, like, a sudden glut of 4X games? Because they're really hard to make, right? It's not that, you have to push the envelope graphically or something like that. But I have no idea how you balance that many systems in a way that makes it a compelling alternative or companion to something like Civilization. And I say this as somebody who really likes 4X games, so presumably this is something that I would, know very well. But to bring it back to Smut, it's very clear when you take a look at the sales number that there is an active interest in this, and that there are people who are willing to buy. There's a pretty deep market for it. And I think it's fair to say that there's a number of game developers that are not even considering this as a possibility. And it's probably because they don't want to make games like that. That's completely fair, right? Like, it's not the sort of thing I would think to make. But what I do find interesting is that for the most part, like, unlike, let's say, film, where you can't exactly film like one set of things and then repurpose them to another. Like, you sort of can, but generally that doesn't happen. In terms of games, so much of the cost of making the game is in developing tech that can actually be applied for future projects. And so I've wondered, it could just be that these are game companies that are like operate under one name and then just sort of transfer the tech over, and then when they do their conventional games, they operate under another one. But like, you could imagine if you're trying to de-risk a project, and if you're trying to get the advantage of something like a franchise, you can imagine making an adult game to tap into that underserved market, and then you just adapt the tech that you develop for that into something you can use. Now, again, that doesn't apply to everything, because I'm assuming porno 4X is not a viable genre. But I have wondered, like, why this isn't something that more people pursue, because in the end, people are going to want to follow. Like, if you're running a game development company, like, you want to make money, right? You want to keep the lights on. And that sometimes means going into places where there's either less competition or you can have an edge. And like, another example of where you can do unconventional things, but it can actually be lucrative for you. In Canada, there's the SR&ED tax credit, science, research, education, and development, I think. Now, not everything related to games falls under this, but it's fair to say that a lot of game development does actually involve the creation of technologies that do fall under those tax credits. Like, games are basically solving all the hard problems of computer science all in one place, right? You've got AI, you've got 3D graphics. Those need to be rendered at 30 to 60 frames a second. And yeah, it's just usually if you're a developer and you have an accountant, your accountant's usually pretty good at figuring that stuff out. Like, I'm assuming, I'd be surprised if Brace Yourself Games, now I don't know this for sure, right? But I would be surprised if Brace Yourself Games wasn't taking advantage of SR&ED tax credits, just because, like, Phantom Brigade is simulating all of the bullets that are firing in the environment, right? There's got to be something new that they're creating there. Now, obviously, you don't want to lie on your creation. That's a really good way to get CRA, like, breaking you to pieces. But that's an example where, usually you're assuming that you've got to have people with test tubes running around to claim a SR&ED tax credit. But in fact, some forms of game development do actually fall under those tax credits. And yeah, so Vanguard Master, like, the challenge here is that I'm oversimplifying the business case quite a bit, right? Like, just like any genre that someone wants to work in, you need to understand what your audience is. You need to understand what the potential demand for it is. And then, more importantly, from my, like, hypothetical of the game developer that starts off in adult games and transitions into conventional game development, like, the premise underlying that is that somehow the adult game does have enough of a built-in audience that it's analogous to a franchise. Now, I don't know that for sure, because the extent to which I examined that was, for the purposes of identifying top sellers. But obviously the the case of top sellers showing up or not showing up because of the filter was enough for me to want to reevaluate the research that I was doing. But that's also sort of like saying, okay, I want to I want to make a game, and my comparisons are going to be Stardew Valley, Minecraft, and Rust, right? Like, obviously, those are incredibly successful games and are maybe not the ones that you want to be making a business case out of. But at least as far as the traits of the sorts of things where I imagine there would be an opportunity, I don't think a lot of independent game developers are thinking about this path because it's not the type of game that they want to make. And I think that's a really good reason not to go down that path, because in the end, like, why do you go to be an independent game developer? You probably don't do it to get rich. So if you are leaving a job at, say, Microsoft or something like that, so you can pursue your own projects, and then you pursue your own project, and it's not something that you care about. It's something so that you can, you can try and make money, or the next one is going to be your passion project or something like that. You're really just signing yourself up for the degree of uncertainty that you get from being an indie, but you're still not getting the reward of pursuing a passion project. But again, I tell this story not because I just like hearing the sound of my own voice. I can do that for any topic. I do think that there is probably an intersection of people who have a degree of comfort of making games like that do actually have a tech that would be able to be adapted in other games. And so for those people, they would potentially do quite well to consider that approach. And I mean, maybe you just do like the safe for work version and the not safe for work version of a given game. The question for me is more of an academic one, which is to say, why aren't there more studios like that? And of course, the thing is that if you're, if you're a really sort of old school Chicago school sort of an economist, you would say it's because the market couldn't support that, right? But sometimes you actually have a situation where someone just hasn't had the idea yet. But like I said, what do I think is the more likely case? Probably somebody's done this already, but I wouldn't know because they made their adult games under one name, and then they made their conventional games under another one. But yeah, I mean, again, please don't consider that like a new direction that you want to take your company unless you're comfortable doing something like that, because I know the type of game that you're making may not necessarily lend itself to that style. But on the other hand, like if it is something that you may have an insight that I don't have. And if you're able to kind of make the business case, if you're able to connect it to a particular audience, if you think that this is a way that you'd be able to support something else, obviously, okay, I hate to put it this way, but like squeamishness has a price, right? If there's money to be made, it's like cigarettes, right? I probably wouldn't be very comfortable running a cigarette company. Like if somebody gave it to me as a gift, like I'd be really happy about the money, and I'd probably, feel really bad about what I was doing. So at this point, I'm sort of like, well, what do I do about this, right? I like money, but is that the most important thing for me here, right? I mean, for all I know, I could be invested in tobacco. Because, I have mutual funds like anybody else. But yeah, like the catch here is that I'm speaking in very abstract terms, because in the end, I would suspect that out of the universe of people who make games, there would be people who don't have those kinds of hang-ups. But like I said, I also find it hard to imagine that somebody would want to take on the risk and uncertainty of independent game development to turn around and say that they want to make a game that they're not actually interested in playing. So, anyways, who would have thought you'd hear an extended treatise on pornography from the Clean Cut System Chalk? Jacob Obstachuk and Peter Golas. All right, heading for those fuckers. Eyes open, Choom. Keep that guard up. You know it. I'm serious. Those booster heads are fucking nuts. Chill. I can take care of myself, Choom. Sure. Anyways, once you push all that stuff go back to the stash for more. Coordinates. Fuck you send me that for? Sorry, clicked something by accident. Keep the address in my phone. Just trying to remember where it is. My thumb slipped. Oops. You keep that shit on your phone? You fucking gonked in the head? Just in case I forget, Choom. Fucking hell. Delete that shit now. Sure, okay. Don't sure okay. Do it now, or you'll forget. Is it gone? Yeah, give me a sec. I'm driving. ASDL semicolon FKAGIFMJDS. But a million eds your gonk ass forgets. If you asked me that a couple weeks ago. So, the main reason I'm interested in this, there's probably 3 big reasons why I actually think this is a more interesting topic than I would have guessed originally. Number 1 was the fact that the effect, like its presence on Steam was large enough that it affected my research. Number 2, the rather counterintuitive result that people are actually more likely to leave a review than other games. I would never have guessed that until I'd seen it. Sorry, just trying to make sure that I'm heading the right way. Sorry, there was a third one. Oh yeah, the third one was, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on Twitch before as well. Around the 70s, there was the phenomena of porno chic. So, like, Roger Ebert did reviews of pornographic films, and, like, it's the reason why the whistleblower for the Watergate scandal was named Deep Throat. It's because that film was making so much money, and there was a worry that that pornographic films were basically going to make Hollywood, like, basically make it no longer viable to make traditional Hollywood movies. Because it was just so much cheaper to make smut. I like how we can have conversations about economy and stock prices to smut and pornography. Yeah, exactly. I am a Renaissance man. Oops. But yeah, for a while there was like this legitimate fear that you wouldn't be able to make. I mean, there's other products at that time too, right? So there was like the Caligula movie, which was a Penthouse production, and there was like the X-rated version, and then there was the standard version. And I mean, it had Hollywood actors in it. Like, I'm pretty sure Malcolm McDowell was in it. It's not like he was, you know, doing the X-rated scenes, so far as I can tell. But that's not that different from what I was describing in terms of like developing some tech for a game and then, you know, doing the safe for work version and the NSFW version, right? Like, this is not even a new idea once you start reading history. And obviously, like, history kind of went on, and obviously we sort of maybe... Well, okay, look, so there's different ways of looking at that, right? Either we became more conservative and we're worse off for it, or maybe we just got a little bit of a handle on, you know, a sort of sense of decorum, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to say that we developed a healthy attitude towards sexuality when, you know, porno chic may not be a thing, but, like, you know, Maxim's a viable business. You know, you only read it for the articles, right? So, yeah, I mean, it kind of depends where you stand on these issues. I don't want to sound like too much of a prude, but the thing is that, right, that happened with movies, and, you know, there's obviously on the internet, like, that's a business that does very well. And so the thing is that it is entirely possible that for gaming, like, there is potential there for... Okay, actually, here's the better way for me to put it. It's not just that there's the business opportunity. I have a feeling, if you take a look at the long history of artistic depictions, there is actually, for most of history, there has been room for erotic art, and that it has not necessarily been the sort of thing that is particularly shameful or the sort of thing that you sort of have to hide in a paper bag or something like that, right? So I'm talking about long-term history, you know, the stuff that you see in Greece, or like, you know, what was preserved in the ruins of Pompeii. Now, do I think we're going to be in a cyberpunk-like world? No, right? We're not going to see advertise like this. This is a caricature. This is basically, this game is saying something about society's desires, right? You've got this you've got increasingly bodily modified individuals, more chrome. You've got cyberpsychosis, and the advertising is full of flesh, right? It's a reflection of people's desire to maybe go back to something that's been lost. But of course, this is also a game where you have this very hyper-capitalist system where you've seen sort of the trends that started in the 80s pushed to an extreme. And so you also have this incredibly intense and this very blatant advertising. It's kind of like Twitter or Facebook, where you have, or you know, TikTok. Basically, you've got, you know, so many people basically shouting at you for your attention. And in this case here, the advertising is increasingly provocative as well. So, you know, again, this is a caricature, so I don't think this is the sort of thing that we would be seeing. But do I think that there's probably a market somewhere for people who are talented designers and artists creating something of a more adult flavor? Yeah, I mean, like, it seems right now the market is basically 10,000 dating sims with large-breasted anime girls. Obviously, there's demand for that. Is that the only thing that we can say about sexuality? I suspect not. But the other thing we need to acknowledge is that, like, as far as the romance is concerned, I don't even know if that counts as a genre anymore. Now, obviously, there's a difference between erotica and romance. But, like, the last romance I can think of is Titanic. Romance seems to be more of a subplot now rather than a genre on its own. So, whether or not that translates into something that can be done, again, whether you do the artistic porno or whether you do a reinvigoration of the romance genre, it may also be that there is something about the way that we think about things, or the way that we treat these subjects, that have kept it from being explored artistically. I don't know though, right? Because like the existence of so many dating apps, it would seem that there's something that people want. So there you go, Vanguard Master. Don't make a porno. Reinvigorate the romance through video games. James Ishara and Kuniko Aso. Got some biz. Store on Broad Street, slap on the wrist or bullet to the brain? Bullet. Doesn't want to pay? Why not? Says she doesn't need protection. So a gonk. Even hired some hustle on his own. Zero the whole bunch. Mercs or animals? Animals.
But I'm not coming over anyway. 'Cause no.
Okay. We got the money for that, so we are going to...
Mom, can we go to Mac and Cheese's?
Actually, first thing I'm going to do... Oh yeah, I was talking about the advertising. That was a perfect example of what I was talking about. So, like, this is how we advertise burritos. This is how we advertise champagne. Obviously, this game has something to say about trends in advertising. And of course, this is why it's fun to set things in sci-fi. You're allowed to do stuff like this. It's actually, this is where my critique of the some of the more immature nudity in the game, like that advertising, you can see a point being made, but when it exists beside a rescue mission where like you're carrying this woman and like you cannot get her breast off the screen and it's taking up like a quarter of the screen, obviously it kind of undermines the satirical point that's being made. So I'm sorry to harp on that again. Obviously that was the first mission, but it's a good example of where I think the game is doing something really interesting in one area, and then it's sort of failing to it's sort of failing to appreciate its own message in some cases. Oh, actually, I don't think anybody's going to patrol that, but I do have a container I can store that individual in. Yoink. You should head to bed. Have a good night. Send you a message on Facebook. I saw a notification on my email, so I'm probably going to be streaming for a little bit longer. I've also got a ton of stuff to do this weekend, so if you don't hear back from me right away, it's not because I'm being a flake. I will get back to you. Crap. I absolutely will get back to you, but I do need to. I need to sort of. I need to get my act together, but I really appreciate you hanging out. I hope you have a good night, and we will be in touch soon. I'm sorry I can't give you a little bit more precision, but I did see your message, or the notification of the message, and I will follow up on it within, let's say, the next 2 or 3 days. I'll try and make it soon. And again, sorry to spend so much of your time talking about erotica for the end of the stream. I did not mean to go on that topic for as long as I did. Interesting. Okay, can't open it though.
Reminds me of this one dive in Arroyo.
Because it was one tough fucking joint. One wrong word, one sideways glance, and you'd get steel between the ribs.
Okay, 7A, 55, E9. Okay. I think I screwed up. Nope, got it. I was being kind of reckless with that move, but... So my obvious answer is to just go invisible, but I should be able to get the drop on. Oh, come on! Sacre bleu! I think I got caught on something. I'm gonna overheat in a second. Sacre bleu. overheat again. This does not count as the cover I thought it would. Kind of got to accept the overheat. I don't think I can cross that floor without taking a hit.
God damn it!
I think they're trying to flank me.
You coward! You don't deserve to live.
I forgot this doesn't shoot fire anymore, so... Not good. So I should be able to survive the overheat, but if they decide to push me here, I might be in trouble. I wonder if I can take advantage of the angles.
He's here. I can feel him.
No.
God damn it!
Gonna find you.
So again, obviously very sloppy, but we made it through.
He's here. I can feel him.
Hi. Oop. I didn't mean to go invisible, but fair enough. That wasn't quite the way I intended to do it, but it turned out, so. I'm gonna do something incredibly mature. I don't understand why this is still in my hand.
I thought I won the Darwin Award. I guess we have a new winner.
I'm assuming that was the client. Or, well, Lukako's the client, but I'm assuming that was the person she was trying to get it from. I'm sure it said it on the overlay, I just wasn't paying attention.
Huh. And to think so many people died for this tiny little shit speck.
It's not the size that counts.
Both you and I know no one actually believes that.
Okay. Yeah, same one. Lockbreak. Hey, got that lockbait and dirt cheap, if you know what I mean. That chick Leah was so dumb, she came with the tech, no hustle, so we blasted her before she could even open her mouth. Anyway, find a buyer, Choom. And I mean, if you want to throw 10% my way, I'm not going to complain. Kinda, you brain-dead fucking gonk. Leah didn't bring her hustle because she knew only the dumbest fucking moron would lift a finger against her. Whole damn city knows that she's working with Wakako. And you don't fucking touch Wakako's people unless you got a good, I mean a real fucking good reason. No way Wakako lets this slide. You gotta bust ass over the to Wirehead, turn that dump into a goddamn fortress. And if you don't, you're gonna join Leah real soon. Suya. Hey, got a problem. If you read them above, it's too late. Your neural processor has been infected. Send this message to 3 other people immediately or in 7 days or you'll go cyber psycho. Don't believe me? Good, because this isn't another chainmail. Send 5,000 euro dollars to the attached account or I'll melt your skull sponge. You believe me now? If you do, you're a moron. Open your eyes, Choom. Look around. The world as we know it, one big lie. Corporations, the media, politicians, they're all pulling the wool over your eyes 24/7. They want us to believe we live the best lives in all the best of possible worlds. Want to know the truth? Night City's a fucking dystopian cesspool. The 20th century's worst fever dream nightmares have come true before our very eyes. Yet we remain blind. We, born into dystopia, are utterly incapable of imagining a life any other way. The porno billboards accost us on all sides, the synth shit we eat slowly melts us from within, and we continue paying out the ass for the privilege. You're sick. You want the cure? Listen to Good Doc Paradox. Sounds like my rant, just a lot more concise. I'm wondering if I should pay the points to... Well, yeah, you know what? I usually say if it gives me access to something, I'll pay for it. Hello? Again, I should be thinking those things all the way through before I do them, but I'm too impatient. Okay, 1 CBD, I should have checked. We can do it. Again, I've been doing so much of this crafting stuff, and I have not actually claimed a single... I've not crafted a single item, I've just been hoarding items. But I also haven't really needed to craft anything yet, so... I don't feel like I need to take the elevator. probably better to take the stairs anyway, just in case they bring friends. Okay.
But I don't want to go to your place. Talk to Mom, but I'm not coming over anymore.
Logical explanation.
No.
Eyes expect a
Oh, hang on.
demand for order flight in the very near future.
Okay, then I...
Environmental catastrophe? Perhaps the rise of the machines? That we may never know. Whatever conclusion the AIs
I wasn't sure if I had to go up or through that area that I cleared out the game.
I see you were able to find the lock breaker. Splendid work. Keep it up. Closing the contract.
Okay, I need to think about wrapping it up. I think what I might do is one more... I might do one more mission. What I am going to do first, though, is just see if I can sell any... or not components, but any booze. Absinthe. Be bohemian. Papa Garson. Hey ho and a bottle of rum. Randveer. Beer for those who demand more. I think that's all of it. God, the story quest is so close to our gigs, but in this case I'm going to follow. Actually, I'm curious about this one. So I figure we could probably distract... Actually probably distract a number of them. Go to hell. Alright, there's another one who spotted me.
End him!
Again, not the most elegant, but did the trick. One C BD55. Okay, that works.
スマートライフルカンタオ T58 ディアンは敵に隠れる場所を
Okay, now back to the gigs. So yeah, depending on how quick this one is, this might be the last one I do for tonight. But as always, it kind of depends. Like I'm sort of already at the end of the time I would normally spend, but if it's a super short mission, I usually have another one in me. So 322 versus 401. For those of you who are left, who has seen the trailer for the Tetris movie? Correction, the R-rated Tetris movie. There is. Will be released next month on Apple TV Plus. I'm particularly happy about its release on Apple TV Plus because it's the only streaming service I'm subscribed to.
V, have a look at the attached and go to the given address. There, you will take a car from Sergei Karasinsky. Your job is delivery to the Tiger Claws. The car only, I mean, not Sergei. Everything understood? I hope so.
At the very least, Vanguard Master, you can check out the trailer. I think what I like the most is you open with, does anybody know about the Tetris movie? And everybody's like, there's a Tetris movie? And then I say, sorry, the R-rated Tetris movie. They're like, there's an R-rated Tetris movie? Why on earth would they do that? And I say, well, they did do an adaptation of Battleship. Why not Tetris? But then people check the trailer, and what they're probably not expecting is by the end, they actually really want to watch the Tetris movie. So, it's not one I'd share on the stream, but if you need a link, I can find one. All right, special delivery. Meet with Sergei Karasinsky and deliver his gift to the designated address. Garage at Redwood Street. Details. Sergei Karasinsky called. He's a solo who, like my husband, acts before he thinks. It's a personal characteristic that always leads to the same thing sooner or later. Trouble. Fortunately for us, Sergei is not only a man who acts without thinking, but a panicked one at that. This means the pay is good and almost literally flying out of his account into ours. Sergei is waiting for you at Silk Road. You will meet him there and pick up the peace offering he would like delivered to the Tiger Claws. He can't do this himself because he's recently been added to their blacklist. The boy believes this small token will help the Tigers find forgiveness in their hearts for his terrible mistake. So you can tell me whether or not you want to see that by the end.
You Sergei?
Nice of you to ask. Lately, I feel like there is a neon sign over my head that says, Sergei who fuck with Tiger Claws. I have little present for Tiger Claws sitting in garage.
How'd you piss off the Tiger Claws?
It was just a friendly misunderstanding.
Sure.
This man, he look normal, beard, brown shoes, nothing, breathtaking. And they also have a little dog, Gospody. What kind of hitman goes around with a dog?
This is John Wick.
This misunderstanding involved you shooting him?
It was worse. Much worse. I say too much already.
Don't seem so nervous for a man in your situation.
But you see, I'm in home stretch now. One base away from freedom.
How are you so sure the Tiger Claws will accept your present?
Trust me, I know. We Russians have very refined intuition about such things. And you are just delivery boy.
All right, then fling me the coordinates.
Just a moment. I opened door to garage. It opened from inside too, just in case.
Presence of the car?
It's a bit more than ordinary car, but in nutshell, yes. Just drive it there and they take care of the rest. And don't mess this up, huh? I count on you.
Oh, it's not him. Thank God. Quick, let me out before he returns.
It's unusual, as far as presents go.
What did you say?
You're supposed to be my present. A surprise from a certain Sergei.
You're not making any sense.
You know, like a pop-out cake. Except there's no cake. Just lots of blood. And you are...
Alex Pushkin, Senior Assistant in Quality Assurance at Biotechnica.
What's a Corpo QA doing messing with the Tiger Claws?
You work for Tiger Claws? I told them I would not accept their offer.
All right, well, job's a job. See? I told you it's probably the most reliable sort of sequence of perception. Now, I mean, obviously, I'm kind of playing around with that, right? Because it's not really a Tetris adaptation so much as it's the story. And I mean, I'm assuming that the based on is doing quite a bit of heavy lifting there. I'm going to probably guess that, you know, late 70s, early 80s, or whatever that takes place, USSR. Look, I'm not going to say it's a bastion of freedom, but I'm probably going to guess that there weren't so many car chases. But from what I understand, there was quite a bit of I don't know. There was a bit of a story in terms of the rights, so I'm obviously interested. So.
Just what I fucking need.
Bring it around back. You got something for us?
Did Sergei tell you anything, or...?
We're good. He just texted me the info. Fucking clown. Run over to Shu and tell him a package is here.
So that's it? Sergei's off the hook now?
Not your biz. You're not needed here anymore.
You know what? Yeah, they're not gonna like me messing around with their stuff.
I see you do not ask unnecessary questions, V. You simply do what is asked of you. I admire such an approach, and I know how to compensate it. Contract closed.
I mean, 2720 is not a lot of money. But yeah, that was a pretty short one, so let's go for another one of Wakako's jobs, and then we'll probably wrap it up. I don't for one second believe that it's true to accurate events, but I want to see what the Soviets did, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, this is, okay, so, like, there is a level of skepticism that I think is as unhelpful as like full credulity, right? Like, actually, you know what a great example of that is the Armando Iannucci film, The Death of Stalin. So the really preposterous stuff in that movie is broadly true so far as my understanding goes. But there's like little details that are made up. And like it's kind of funny that there's so much like really weird stuff in the movie that you would imagine. Like a good example of this would be Gladiator. Gladiator actually cut out some historical stuff about gladiators because they didn't think the audience would buy it. So like there was apparently like product placement for gladiators, and like seeing Russell Crowe like advertising olive oil would be like people would kind of take it as a joke or a satire. So yeah, I mean like sometimes reacting some ways to based on a true story and like just not believing anything unusual happens in the world can obviously lead to a very... Actually, to be honest, I think the worst thing about it is sometimes it makes people seem like a know-it-all, and nobody likes a know-it-all, right? But yeah, on the other hand, you don't want to just believe anything that you see, right? Obviously, that's also a huge problem right now. So where I can, you know, I'm not sure if I want to read up on, you know, the Tetris run. Well, more than I have. Like, I don't know if I want to read up on it before watching it, or if I just want to, you know, check out the show and see how it goes. But I do think it looks like a good movie, and I'm hoping that it stays at least true enough to the spirit of events, even if the details are.
Comes to die in Night City. Husbands cheat on wives. Wives cheat on husbands. Then they divorce and talk behind each other's backs. Can you believe that? Truly, I am shocked. But do not despair, V. Today, I give you the chance to help one such divorcee. His name is Mr. Gutierrez, and he is counting on us, V. Of course, his marriage is beyond saving. But perhaps we can retrieve the checks his wife took from him. I am attaching more details.
Sorry, I didn't look at the message details. As far as incredible things like, you know, pretending that the head of state's got this weird like red mark on his head, like who would elect a guy like that, right? So that's obviously one thing that they broke from history. But I don't know, like you want to have a diverse range of actors. Would you like to hear about my fourth husband? He was very lazy, gullible, and filthy rich. I divorced him as quickly as I could and never made so much money in such a short time. With that said, can I really blame Mrs. Gutierrez for stripping Mr. Gutierrez down to his last penny? Of course not. In fact, I'd like to meet her lawyers. But enough about Mrs. Gutierrez. Our client happens to be the injured party, Mr. Gutierrez. He lost his car and luxury penthouse. Now the poor fool has barely anything to live in because he left his depository receipts in the old apartment. The locks are already changed. You'll have to retrieve them because our new divorcee isn't going to give them back out of the kindness of her heart. The penthouse is on the last floor of the building. Don't worry, I'm providing you with elevator access. For obvious reasons, Mr. Gutierrez is counting on your utmost discretion. If things go quietly, he'll toss an extra. Alright, well this is going to be one that probably takes me a while then.
Saw it with my own eyes.
Huh.
400 grand a month. You sure?
I can't save right now?
Can't be diet.
What's your morning grind?
Then 100 sit-ups, 2 double taps, and a spoon.
I was really thinking more people would react to that Gorbachev troll. Man, if I can't save, this is going to be a problem. So it looks like there's already an alerted, yeah, man. What am I gonna do about that? So I can't just shut those things off on their own.
Satisfy your instincts,
Mr. Stern.
There's got to be more than one of those. Maybe not. My shards, Amelia Gutierrez to Nina Gutierrez. Nina, give me back my shards. It's my property and you know it. I don't want to make a big deal out of it or anything, but I need them back. Can we do this like adults, please? How do we grow so far apart? You're still asking? After what you did? Fuck off, you self-centered prick. Blinds broken. Nina Gutierrez. Surprise, the blinds in my kitchen are broken. Again? How hard is it to find a competent handyman in this town to fix them properly? I want a refund for the previous repair, and then I want you to send a professional who won't be overwhelmed by this apparently Sisyphean task. This time free of charge. Of course, Miss Gutierrez, we're working on it and deeply apologize for the inconvenience. Next, legal steps from Brad Duke. We've already repossessed Mr. Emilio Gutierrez's apartment and vehicle. The next step is to, establish regular alimony payments. As your lawyer, I should warn you that our chances of winning are unfortunately quite low. You don't have children, and you also have a well-paying job. Maybe you have a chronic illness. Maybe we could try to saddle your husband with medical costs. Sincerely, Brad Duke, Attorney at Law, Asukaga and Finch. I can temporarily quit my job. I'll ask my Ripper Doc for a professional opinion that should play well in court. There are plenty of diseases out there. I'll think of something. And just remember, I'm paying you to destroy the son of a bitch's life. I wasted 15 years of my life on his pathetic ass. Looks like there's some rather nice goodies for me to pick up, assuming I don't get detected by the cameras. Maybe we do a ping so I don't get surprised. I think I'm gonna get surprised no matter what. I've done false rumors a couple of times. Nope, nope.
Today's final story is an unwelcome one.
Emilio Gutierrez, evidence from Nina Gutierrez to Max Jones. I'll get right to the point. I'm sending you proof that my ex-husband was accepting bribes from corpos and in return pulled some strings in City Hall. To be honest, I didn't so much as glance at those files because I really don't give a shit. But I know you're one of those journos who gets a hard-on for any speck of dirt on a politician. I'm sure you will connect the dots yourself. Oh, and don't name me in any of your documents, or I'll make your life a living hell. I'm handing you Emilio on a silver platter, so be thankful and have fun. So I think Max Jones is the guy that we saved. Warning malware detected. Yeah, we've done this already. I sound so excited. Okay. 2 1Cs, a BD, and a 1C. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that bot on the ground. Eee. That seems like a problem. Am I allowed to save yet? No. Damn. Okay. What the hell? I'm actually really annoyed by that. I wonder if I can reload. Yeah. This is another one of those cases where I feel like they could have done a better job signaling that there would be a problem, because I really, like, obviously I stealthed through everything right up to walking through this door. Oh, fair enough.
Kill or be killed!
These guys are actually kind of tough.
Together! On the move! Smoke him out! Fire! Out of ammo! Reloading! You're dead!
So at this point I might as well have fun with it, right? I thought there was a big purple reward on the ground somewhere. Anyway, yeah. I don't know why I wasn't able to save. I am kind of annoyed that I lost the stealth part of this, because I feel like that is one that I did relatively clean, and then seemed to be punished for something that wasn't really signaled all that well. I guess maybe if they didn't put something for me to, like, claim outside, I'd feel a bit better about it, but it's a side mission. Like, I'm not gonna... have, like, a protest outside of CD Projekt Red's headquarters or something.
야외 활동을
Don't they normally deposit the item for me? This is weird.
Mr. Gutierrez insisted on discretion. Perhaps you are not aware, but raising the alarm and discretion are not the same thing. Keep that in mind for the future. I am closing the contract.
You know, I sure would appreciate it if the game wouldn't tell me off for something that it didn't really signal that well. Now I am actually mad about that. But I'll get over it. Fee, my dear, the hard work you have invested with me has multiplied your returns. People utter your name with respect. This is an honor, but also a responsibility. Remember that well. I have new contracts from highly placed clients that do not tolerate forgetfulness. Okay, I think that's it for Are You Kidding Me? Am I just not able to save at all? Okay, well. I guess we lock into whatever the last save was before that happened. I'm not entirely sad about it, but that is annoying. But maybe what I'll do, if I do have to redo that mission, I will do that on my own time rather than subject you all to that again. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm actually not sure how many people are kicking around after the evening. I know I certainly did more than a fair share of babbling. There's still a few of you, so thank you all for hanging out. What am I gonna do? I actually don't really know that many people online right now. Oh no, actually we've got W. Shand. So yeah, thank you everybody for sharing some more Cyberpunk with me. I do keep threatening not to play this the following week. As always, if I need something to take my mind off things, this is a really good candidate, and but I do actually really want to get back to Against the Storm. Just a couple plans for next week. So I've got a huge amount of stuff to do over the weekend. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I find some kind of a balance. But as always, no promises in terms of YouTube videos and such. On Monday, I'm almost certainly going to be back to Terra Invicta. So for those of you who've been patiently waiting for that, your time has come. Wednesday, we will probably be doing Industries of Titan. It's also likely that that's going to be the last time we do Titan for a little while because Phantom Brigade's coming out until 1.0. I want to make sure that that gets some coverage as well. And then there's some stuff I really wanted to get through at the end of 2022, but maybe I won't put more stuff on my plate until I've got all of this sorted out. So we will do Cyberpunk again at some point in the future. No promises for next week, but I have said that the last couple of weeks in a row, so you never know, right? As always, again, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to host Will Shand tonight. I know he's always a little curious why I'm playing this, but it feels... I don't know. There's a couple people online. Drillian is also doing Inscription, But I've hosted him a couple of evenings in a row, so I am going to host Mr. Shand, who's a Vancouver-based streamer. Anyways, have a good evening, everybody. Take care, and we will see you in the future.